Refresh. Is it gone? Are we back? No, we're back. Nothing? Really? I can see you're lying. I can see it. You're lying. You're lying. Refresh. These chatters are plotting on my downfall. They're telling me my stream isn't back, but it is, folks. Folks, we're the most back we've ever been before. We're incredibly back. That one was not me. I will say I had internet throughout that whole thing. I could see all of your chats. They're beating Twitch is beating me to death with hammers, bro. Um, they're killing me with hammers for going outside and reading. I was gonna say someone was like, go to the bar because like we're lonely. It is funny that like I mean it's not funny. It's unfortunate. I feel like Zoomers are so affected by online discourse that it's like people don't want to do that because they're like, oh, I saw a tweet once, this bartender who was like, oh, this client, they need to, the people at this bar need to leave me the fuck alone. I am a Zoomer. I'm affected by the discourse. You just like you don't want to do something that's impolite. Um, and so you like don't. You're like, well, I should just like go by myself and curl up into a cocoon and not bother anybody. I would say Vancouver is very like it's relatively speaking pretty not like unfriendly, but everyone's kind of to themselves. Someone told me posing for photos is disrespectful. That's so true. But I will say I do think people are still very polite. Like if you talk to someone, they don't usually the idea of just like talking to someone and they respond negatively, I feel like it's like at least in my experience in Vancouver, people tend to be nice to me. The more I think about it, the more I honestly like it. Because I kind of don't like when people bother me in public. I like having the option to talk to someone. And then, because also men hit on you way less. In the couve, the couve is such a funny, because I feel it's such a funny phrase for Vancouver because I feel like a bunch of people semi ironically suggest it outside of Vancouver, and I cannot say I've heard it used once. I want to say that I thought of that with my friend in high school as a bit of like what if we found the worst name for the city possible? The city it really doesn't have um I'm so every time Twitch fucks up I get so tilted cuz people left and now I'm tilted. Um God damn it, Twitch. Amazon, you make $1 billion. How could you fuck this up for me? Who is cabbage in Portuguese? What makes you think? Um actually, it's low-key really problematic to force service workers to do stuff for you. Exactly. Oh, I forgot to reset the Biden count. Exactly. It's like, and then you're like, well, I don't want to bother anyone, so I'm just gonna go huddle up in the corner and fucking die. Something learned recently, people were saying that I keep getting Instagram reels of Trainwrecks TV. Um, maybe I'm getting more problematic, but I do love all of them. They're very funny. The Biden count is whenever I forget a word. But did he give himself the nickname the Cole Harbor Butcher? Because he lives in Cole Harbor, which is a part of Vancouver. I think that's very funny. Or the Coke Harbor Butcher, because he's. I want to run into Trainwreck so badly. You don't understand how much I want to run into to Trainwrecks in Cole Harbor. Call it Vance. That's awesome. Yeah. Well, I mean, people call it Van, like Van City, which does sound lame, honestly. It sounds like a skater term or something. Do you know what I mean? It's not cool at all. Um, Van is fine, yeah. I was thinking we don't really have a phrase. Like Chicago is like the windy city, New York is the Big Apple. I guess does Toronto have one as well? Maybe that's just Canadians not having creativity. We like don't have a real. No, Toronto's the six, right? Of course, Toronto's the six. Found out about the Twitch bots. Yeah, bro, I'm washed. Look at my views. What 190 views. My new Twitch bots aren't working. It was going up and then the fucking stream crashed. I'm so sad. Oh well, it's fine. Um, you can tell Van City is not cool because it's Ryan Reynolds' Twitter handle. Is he from Vancouver? That's so lame of us. Honestly, we get the lame Ryan. Craigslist, thank you. I am gay. Well, of course we get the lame Ryan. Do you know what I mean? It's Van City Reynolds. Yeah. Why couldn't we get Ken or whatever? What books? I've been reading Moby Dick. I think we got the. You're right. We got the cool Ryan Letourneau. Letourneau. All bad people, Canadian expats. We have a lot of lame exports, especially in politics. It's a lot of like really annoying, like right wing, conservative exports. God's thing is Ontario. That's really funny. That's a big L for us. That I feel like that does track. Both Nelk Boys' legal name are Ryan. Are the Nelk Boys like the Nelk Boys, the guys who interviewed Netanyahu and like didn't realize they were doing propaganda, and then like the reasonable voice in the room was fucking um was Sneeko because he's like a paleocon, like he's so right wing that he doesn't like Israel anymore. That's so cool. The only one Netanyahu could get was fucking and Fuentes. Fuentes was like Israel's bad. They talked to right, okay, then they did talk to Hassan and Adam. I've been listening to a lot of the Adam Friedland show, and I'm quite surprised at how like I'm happy for Adam. He's the millennial Jon Stewart, which is a downgrade. I'm sorry to say for Adam. Um, it's cool they actually then Yahoo went on BPD or PBD. I don't know what PBD is. So the Sarah Jessica Parker guest is crazy. Um, how do you plan on importing your podcast into the US? Look, my podcast is American run. We have shell companies in America. It's ready to go. It's fine. It's no problem at all. Thoughts on fascism? Not good. What's the Norm Macdonald like? The more I hear about this fascism thing, the less I like it. G Torres recently, a few hours ago. What was it? Was it Charlemagne was calling him APAC Shakur? That's so fucking funny. Was it Richie Torres? That's so good. Charlemagne is like an evil man who has allegations. No, it's Hakeem Jeffries. Sorry, you're right. You're right. You're right. It's Hakeem Jeffries. I'm just, I just wanted to bring up APAC Shakur. I think that's so fucking funny. Richie Torres is the U.S. representative from like one of the poorest districts in New York State, who just like only tweets about Israel, right? Yeah. And Hakeem Jeffries is the minority leader for the Dems. The poorest. One of the poorest cities in the US. Wow. Yeah. That's crazy. Um, it's just the Bronx. Okay. I didn't know the Bronx was like one of the poorest districts in America. Bridgewater is the least shy APAC funded. Was there an update to the beef? APAC Shakur and the notorious IDF is very funny. Was there an update to the beef between DJs Vlad and academics and Millennial John Stewart, Adam Friedland? Because that was maybe the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. When they thought that face app of Adam, of Adam being black was like him doing blackface. One of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life, I think. Um, yes, and it was made by Brace back when he was what was his Twitter at back in the day? Piss Pig Granddad. That was a moment on Twitter. I miss that left Twitter. That lot of Twitter was so fun except for like the rabid transphobia you had to deal with if you were a trans person on there. Because it was still kind of, yeah, like he was still in that Brace was still in Syria in 2017, I guess. I can't remember when he went back. But he was just like he was just like killing ISIS. Like killing like legitimately in a war, killing members of ISIS. I would never slap the lizard. Um I know he's a podcaster. I think that's a cool job transition. Officially Brace is never cool. I mean, of course not. Of course. I'm sorry, excuse me. Um I do wonder how different Twitter discourse would be if a higher proportion of people who were posting had like at some point in their lives made peace with their god and accepted that they may die in like an offensive in a war. I feel like that would change things. I feel like there would be less bisexual lesbian discourse. It's just a random thought. I can't say that it would be better. I wouldn't say that for sure. Napoleon's posting legions with the sig in the AR with the puppy where he's like, when you're in, you're in. Yeah, that's an awesome photo. Or would there be more? It'd be funny if there were more. It'd be funny if that was the takeaway where someone was like fuck, I almost died and now I have like a second lease on life. You know, I can survive. I can, and the thing I'm gonna do with it is yell about bisexual lesbians. That was just the exact. You were thinking the exact same thing. I think, yeah. I mean, that's definitely not a entirely new independent thought that no one has thought of. I think we're all on the same page. Um, um, oh yeah, that was an interesting thing, which I don't know how much that is affected by age, but Um, I was looking at like pretty much every statistic I can find about like wage gap stuff shows bisexuals at like a substantially less making substantially less money on average than both gays as well as straights. Where like straights and the gays and lesbians, the income gap is like actually not that big in countries like Canada and America. And then it's like way less for bisexuals. Let me find this from Statistics Canada. Among the employed populations, heterosexual people the highest before tax 55, gay and lesbian 50, and bisexuals 39,000. I do not still live in a Greek restaurant lobby, thank you. What's interesting in the case of trans people, I think it's like a totally different dynamic where your precarity is actually tied to your relationships with men. So if you date and sleep with men more, you are less likely, you are more likely to have it worse off, which is interesting. Yeah, how will they afford the microflash? It's hard to say. That's why bisexual people have such annoying small tattoos. They can't afford the big ones. Um, HSTO's chats keep winning. I mean, yeah, as it turns out, that is a much worse social outcome proportionally. Thank you, Joshua.
Live eager.
That's an interesting discourse that would piss everyone off on Twitter. Is that people are too focused on this idea that like, oh, if you transition early, you have it better off. Because it's impossible for people to comprehend that like a beautiful woman can be incredibly discriminated. Like the beautiful cisnormative, that's like an impossible concept that that person could still be discriminated. I believe statistics. I believe transitioning earlier statistically. Although there must be some shit you have to control for there. But this is the statistics I was saying. Seeing said that if you transition earlier, your social outcomes are generally worse off. Less likely to get access to university, for instance, which is a big determiner of income. They're interviewing lesbians who make $1 million. They didn't consider all the three lesbians who were making $100 billion a second. They're outliers. If you consider them, bisexuals have it quite easy. It's also interesting. According to this, there's no significant difference in income between bisexual men and women. Gay men had higher employment income. This is like crazy oppression Olympics. Like posting this on Twitter would put you in like a bar fight. Gay men had a higher employment income than bisexual women, and lesbian women earned more than bisexual men. I feel like I does this like control for age differences? That was the one thing I was thinking of. Because bisexual people are more likely to be younger. Yeah, a lawsuit about an employment discrimination of a lesbian who's like, I'm being discriminated against because they think I'm bisexual, but I'm not. And I should be paid accordingly. I should be paid lesbianly. It's not fair. That would be good. That would be a good idea. They're including people like Peter Thiel on this list. I don't think that's how averages work. But this is also Canada. I don't think Peter Thiel's Canadian. Well, I mean, I guess they would have to include it in a sense because it's an average. This is great rage bait though. I was just posting this. PRTL. French Canadian Peter Thiel would be so much more evil. Could you imagine what type of fascism French Canadian Peter Thiel would be cooking up right now? They're calling him the most fascist human being of all time. Um, um, anyway, bisexual women aged 25 to 34 earned lower median incomes compared to heterosexual women of the same group. While the earning gap was not statistically significant between bisexual and heterosexual women, I mean, there's just this is such a good wage bait. Yeah, among full-time workers, bisexual people were on average younger than their gay, lesbian, or heterosexual counterparts. Suggests earlier age suggests they may be in earlier stages of their careers. Age may not fully explain differences seen in employment income. Significant earning gap was also seen between the younger bisexual and heterosexual population. But what's the gap between heterosexual or bisexual and lesbian population? Because that's really where the discourse is. Do you know what I mean? Lower median incomes compared with heterosexual women. While the earning gap was not significant, um, earning gap experienced by younger bisexual men related to heterosexual men persisted, which makes sense. Um, that's not the data. That's not the data I wanted to look for though. Hey Spencer, we're talking about bisexual. I'm trying to find like I'm trying to construct the most annoying like Twitter discourse about bisexuals. Just like looking through like average income of lesbian versus bisexual. At the Adam Curtis doc. Is he washed? What's going on there? What is the new one about? So bad for biphobia is fake theory. I was thrown off by this quite a bit, but I think a lot of it is this difference. I think a lot of this is age though. I know the other one was mental health outcomes. Like bisexual people are way more depressed than everyone else. Although that could be an age thing too. I guess I shouldn't be satisfied until it just needs to be they just need to control it by age. Bisexuals are annoying. So it produces, you can't it's hard to make friends. Friends are an important foundation for I don't know, it is funny though, like all the discourse on Twitter, you would expect like someone to look this up. But even both sides of the discussion aren't especially fond of like looking at the statistics, which I mean I think obviously reveals something about how people do Twitter discourse. We are on if AFAB transfabs are valid or not. That's cool. I like KFAB. Like, what's the C stand for? Criminally assigned female at birth. That's when you're intersex and they do the operation on you without your consent. Making one of those racist charts. It's like Chinese of a culture says, but it's about bisexuals. Yeah. You're making like a list of every gay bar that bisexuals have been like expelled from. It's like, why are all these bisexuals being expelled? No, I'm just kidding. I support bisexuals. I am one. Although I feel like there is like an asterisk where it's like, but you don't count. Like that's not when people talk about bisexuals, it's like we're not talking about you. You're not the one we're talking about. More depressed because they're always on their damn phone. There needs to be a survey about phone time bisexuality. The lizard the lizard is a millionaire. He's made um very prudent investments on the stock market and he doesn't have to work so he can do whatever he wants. You invaded an AimFab Transfem server? There's a whole server? Sorry, is this like a thing that people are doing? Taking testosterone so I can be one of the wrong icky women. That's fascinating. Honestly, my take on that is respect. Like if you're choosing this, I'm knowing I respect it. I can't say I would personally have done that if I had the choice. But hey, look, if you have the discrimination to show for it, you know what I mean? If you have the chops, if someone if you know, do you think they like one of the things I'm curious about is like do you think when they're like flirting with a guy, they do like the standard thing if you're like more passing trans women. I remember someone, I can't remember who, I think it was on their private, so I won't credit them, made a joke about how like I understand why people like me aren't represented in media because the idea of a woman who like whenever as soon as you start flirting with her, she tells you that she has a dick is like a very offensive stereotype. It just like happens to be my life. Um, do you think they do that though? Like the AFAB trans women, if they're talking with the gay, like, do you think they're like, hey, by the way, I'm trans, or do you think they're like, well, no, I'm stealthing him by not telling him? Because that, I mean, honestly, I will say I think that like people should conceptualize like women detransitioners in a way that is more akin to like you're kind of just like you have similar sort of problems that like trans women do. Like it's hard to conceptualize a lot of them as cisgender, even though I guess technically they meet the definition. One of my friends knew a guy who didn't really understand what trans women were. He thought they were cis women who likes to get a penis. That's awesome. They're like they must do it. I mean, who doesn't want one? Hey Palma, what do we got here? Oh no.
Let me introduce to you, for the first time, your next Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Big up to the woman, them. Vice President. Long time them around this world. Kamala. Yeah, man, I'm safe. Vice President. Vice President. Kamala is the next Vice President. In the White House, he go represent. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for sending me this.
The man them a fronted, but a woman run the world. We say the man them fronted, but a woman run the world. Time for we big up the woman them. Time for we respect the woman them. Time for we love up the woman them. Them are the mother with children them. Stop beat up.
How did she lose?
Stop abusing the woman.
It's hard to say.
Stop using the woman them. That are the whole problem. Kamala is the next Vice President. In the White House, he go represent. Yes. Everybody ball out. Kamala. Everybody show.
That is my opinion, though.
Kamala is the next Vice President. In the White House, he go represent. Everybody ball out.
She would have swept the six. Yeah. Exactly.
But a woman run the world. We say the man them fronted. But a woman run the world. The woman
Me and Paul recognize each other in Limbek. Our chat, two closeted coworkers see each other at a gay bar.
I am gay.
In this election, we have a chance to
DJ
change
Baby New
the
Year,
course
thank you.
of history. Let's
Metal Gear. I've never played any of it, but I feel like I would.
fight with hope. Let's fight with confidence in ourselves and a commitment to each other.
Man can't sleep without a woman, them. Man can't love without a woman, them. Man can't live without a woman, them. Anytime
3 and 4, okay. Do I have to get a PlayStation?
man that's smart like the woman, them. Man no have heart like the woman, them.
Because I do not have any consoles.
Come on, is the next fight.
Do you guys remember?
Inna the White House, you go represent. Yes. Everybody ball out. Come on. Everybody shout out. Come on. Come on, is the
Do you
next vice president.
do you guys remember that subreddit that was called PC Master Race? Do you remember when they were doing that? That was something. It still exists? Do they like sell merch that says like like buy this notepad that says you're a part of the master race of PC players? They're still trucking. I guess Reddit still does exist. I mean, I guess wokeness is out, so you don't need to care about it. It's an advice forum about like how to build your PC. Yeah, that was a cool like debate that people cared about like 10 plus years ago. You guys remember that, like, which one is better, the Wii, the Xbox, or the PlayStation? Everyone's just like too sad to get in debates like that. Now, the people who would go on and be like, well, you don't understand about the superior graphics of the Xbox. Like, instead of doing that, they like go on the internet and are like, you fucking tranny. Like that's what they do now. Like we're done like arguing about which console has better exclusives. Now it's like, you know what I mean? Like that part of the internet's over. Gaming is woke. When wokeness comes back, I'm so excited for the. Are there new consoles? I mean, I guess there's a new Switch that came out. Are they still going with the Xbox and the PlayStation? I honestly don't. I feel like I don't keep track. I had a 360 growing up, and they were like horrific. It's crazy how many of them just broke, and it was like, yeah, it just broke. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean they just break sometimes? Like a lot. Like the early ones, it was just like, yeah, it broke. It took a year and now it's gone. Silk Song. Is it Hollow Knight? Those words, I recognize them, but I can't say that I know. It's like a new video game. Let's switch it up. I like this one. Won't be seeing a new Xbox or PlayStation for a while. Gone up in price. It's Joe Biden's fault, is what you're saying. I didn't game nonstop for the past year instead of streaming. I honestly have not been. I have not been gaming. I'm washed. I'm excited for EU5. I'm sure it's gonna be incomplete. I'm in like as everyone who pays a lot of money, like in an abusive relationship with Paradox. Because like the game is just not going to be complete when it comes out, and you're going to need to buy the DLCs for it to be complete. It's just like you just don't get the experience elsewhere. Do you know what I mean? It's like being in love with someone. I don't know what that means. It's like being in love with someone who hates you and is a narcissist or whatever. It's just, you can't get it anywhere else though. Very toxic relationship. I cannot imagine like the money printer of those games. Like how much money, like I am a whale. I was gonna say whales. I probably spent a lot of money over the past decade on Paradox games. Like I have all the expansions for EU4, Hoi 4, Vic 3, and Third Action. Thank you for the prime. It is Stockholm Syndrome, yeah. No, it's not good. It's where all the money. It's where all the money you guys send me goes. That and paying Vancouver rent. I played some Stellaris, but only when it came out, and I was like, this is okay. All the expansions for Hoi 4 on Hoi 4 is Hoi 4 is a great game. It just you need mods for it because the base game sucks. Another part of the insane Paradox model is that it's basically just like a do-it-yourself thing. They don't make any of like they don't really make all that much content for it. They make like the skeleton, and then modders will do it all themselves. Yes, the original Stockholm Syndrome case. My understanding, Eminar is a really good mod. Yeah, they used an example literally where like it was people being held captive, and the people came to resent the police because they weren't actually attempting to get them free. Like they actually had a pretty good reason for not liking the police as much as their captors. The Fire Rises Hoi 4. What does that take place in? Because that is one thing about Hoi 4 is that it is evil. Is it a modern day? Oh, the modern day ones are washed, I feel like. I mean, that's silly. They love doing this. They love doing shit like this. I just think that's too many Americas. I think one America is more than enough. Is my take on this. Even Millennium Dawn just like doesn't feel that good. It feels kind of strange. Anyway, what else has been going on? I did not get that much sleep. It was hard for me to sleep yesterday because my bestie got bottom surgery. It's very stressful. I hate surgeries in general. Like I'm not even the one getting it. It's very silly. The new Adam Freeland show made you cry? The one with Richie Torres? Honestly, he is quite a good interviewer. Or at least it's quite entertaining. Which is not a career path I expected for Adam Friedland, but I'm very proud of him. He interviewed a sexual misbehavior expert. That's awesome. Good luck with top surgery. The G Herbo one is awesome. It's very funny. Um um you got Destiny's S. The Destiny one is also very good. So Destiny is just cooked, right? Like he was just genuinely sexing a minor. He's just. I mean, I don't. He's like a cockroach. His fan like. Is he like this? Is how you know you're doing well. Do you know what I mean? Is that he's done this? This is how you know he's doing great. Is hold on, sorry. Usually when I text, it's very difficult because he's beefing with Ethan, and then just completely changed. It was weird. The whole thing. He was like, yes, and your wife is also a war criminal, and Israelis are an evil genocidal society. It's like it's the more insane version of like when you like you're hanging out with two of your friends, and then one of them leaves, and they're like these two friends are being like really friendly, and then one of them leaves, and the other one is like, I fucking hate that bitch so much. I cannot stand her. It's like, well, you were just friendly with her. What do you mean? These two friends, of course, in this example being me, Destiny, and Ethan Klein. He just doesn't believe anything because he is like a sociopath. That is Destiny's whole thing. And they hate each other what? Because like Ethan isn't willing to support Destiny after he has like very credible sexting with a minor allegations. Which is, I think that's great. I think that's very funny. Yeah, real friends, how many of us? You know what I mean? Like it's crazy how people switch up on you when you start sexting 17-year-olds. Some of the shit like in those messages are like truly horrid. Where he was talking about like wanting to have sex with her like right before he drops her off to her parents' house. It's like you can't have any sort of like this is like a deeply evil man. You know what I mean? Like we can't let this happen. It's always the ones you least suspect. That was so cool too. Hutch was trying to do a thing because he was like friends with Destiny like 4 months ago. He was trying to do a thing with Hassan of like, oh yeah, it's not like you have associated with the sex best before, and then it's like lol overworld. And it's like I think that's a little bit different. I think Destiny has been like an evil like rapist sociopath for literally decades on the internet, and you were being friends with him 4 months ago. Like I don't know. Also, much worse. I think sexting minors is probably a lot worse than the law overruled. Like it's just so silly. It's it's like tweeting out. You know that tweet where it's like sometimes I just hang out with predators to see how their minds work. It's like that's you with Destiny up until like 4 months ago where it got too bad. Destiny, the blue-haired StarCraft 2 player, yeah, that was great. That was very funny. His change. I mean, shit, how long has he been doing that for? Like I was gonna say, has he been streaming for like longer than that poor girl has been alive? Like, is it comparable? I do also think like, yeah, I mean that is the problem of like Kiwi Farms also hates Destiny, but like they're doing it in an evil way where they're like not caring at all about protecting the lady's like identity. He was streaming since 2011, at least so 14 years ago. So long enough for Destiny's streaming career is old enough for him to be attracted to it. He eats everyone. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, it's Kiwi Farms is the example of like, what is that tweet where it's like when you're autistic and you're around someone who's like slightly more autistic than you, and you have a really negative reaction. It's basically just that. Like that's the only logic there is to it. Telling people was a must for years because of the dose stuff. Yeah, I mean that was horrific. I mean, the thing is that there are literally so many examples of him being a genuine sociopath, like a person who I think if they do that and they just brush it off, does not have the capacity, like the capacity for empathy. Like genuinely, I don't. I think that's the shit we're talking about. It is kind of the Trump thing. Someone was saying, yeah, like Destiny could shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and his fans would still support him. What are his fans saying? I don't think they care. I don't think they care. I'm gonna be honest. I think they're just. No, you're right. He has been losing a lot. I mean, this is the. I mean, if you do something illegal, like if I don't know how the law works on this of like how quick they are to prosecute. That does seem to be illegal. That was funny when he tweeted out that like he was offered a wife by the Israeli government. Like I'm pretty sure that's a bit. I'm pretty sure he was doing a bit there. Have time to read a second book. Do you think you can scheme Wikipedia in jail? Do you think they let you? Bad day to be a Minneapolis transsexual. Do we get our first actual like trans woman mass shooter? Didn't that happen like today? Oh yeah, she's like a groiper. It's still unconfirmed. Okay, okay, okay. Oh nine nine groomed person. Yes, it's like it was like it's not a lefty. That's for sure. There was like references to Dylan Roof on the gun or whatever. I mean, at this point, it'd be hard to imagine that um, people who do these shootings don't understand like that their whole life and especially like the shit that they're writing on like their weapons is gonna be like analyzed to death. But that's like a part of it. That's like the whole point. Yeah. Oh yes, no, there was a trans guy. He's the first trans woman shooter. But I thought that the Tennessee shooter was a trans guy, right? What kind of food? I got some gummies. Um, why has mods for some gummies? Danny Phantom closeted trans woman. I can't say I remember that. I remember I saw a thing of maybe it was not real. But that on the scope it said fuck optics, where it's like that's a bait, right? That's the problem. That one is real. Well, I guess it is like just a pun because it's on the optics site. Sorry, I didn't get the pun because it's on the optics site. I'm annoyed that that's clever. I'm annoyed that that's clever. I mean, yeah, it only makes sense that there is going to be like mass shooting cults now, just because of how much cultural attention people give to these shootings. She had cancer and was nihilistic about it, I see. And then presumably just being groomed in whatever that like is it 09A? I can't remember the name of the cult. It's very much so like traditional Ku Klux Klan style. It's very much so like when you look at the origins of the KKK, like you know that it's like typed like that or spelled like that because it's just like weird. Like they're doing a bit. A lot of the Ku Klux Klan is just racist people doing like a bit, and the joke is that they're scaring black people and just like doing terrorism. It is like a troll. Like they're like boogaloo. They're like groypers. So it's really nothing new in a certain sense. It's just like the object of violence is a lot more dispersed and confused. Because obviously with the Ku Klux Klan, it's very evident what they're trying to prevent, and they're trying to protect like plantation violence and like continue its legacy elsewhere. With this, it's kind of more confusing. God didn't originally draw the bed sheets in Wizardry and Worship. Yeah. Although even that is like they're doing bits, right? Like it's supposed to be. She wasn't diagnosed with cancer. She just assumed so because she vaped. Oh, okay. So it's like there's no reason. There's no occultism and its consequences. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly people who aren't doing well. I mean, there was bound to be one of them eventually. There were just like so many mass shooters in America. Um, yeah, so there's bound to be one of them. My opinion is that it's like, well, I don't know. Or it's like, oh, is this it's so bad for optics for trans people? It's like, I don't know. People like people were gonna think that anyways at that point. Like, look, if there was like, if we had like a couple, that would be a lot more concerning. It is like what? It's 1% of the population. It's less than 1% of the mass shootings. Like you're gonna get one eventually. Minnesota has the most trans adults in the country. That's fascinating. I would have thought it was Washington. There's a lot of you, a lot of girlies over there. Those both make sense as like woke refuges. $2.8 million trans people, which is less than 1%. Probably it's probably less than 1%. I mean, the Canadian statistics, it was real low. Canada statistics. 2021 Canadian census, 31,555 people identified as a transgender woman. 0.1% of the total Canadian population age 15 and older. Although it's usually reported by family head, so it's underreporting. It's probably like around 1%, and then maybe it's like 0.5% if like medically transition. So maybe that wouldn't work. Um, those are rookie numbers. Anyway, what else has happened? So there's a transgender shooter. It happened, and they're like insane right wing person who loves Dylan Roof. Um, which shows you why there are proportionally way less of them. Because it's like if you love Dylan Roof as a trans woman, like something has gone deeply wrong. Oh yeah, Taylor Lorenz bit on. I will say about Taylor, I feel like 12-foot ladder. Sometimes she needs to log off of Twitter and stop doing discourse, but I think she still does important journalism work. Sometimes it's like, is this helping anything? Congrats on her engagement though, for real. Um, there's a paywall. That doesn't surprise me at all though. Documentary Group is funding. Do you guys remember when Pete Buttigieg? I brought up this before, but I can't stop thinking about it. In 2019, when Pete Buttigieg was a presidential, he was in the Dem primary race, and he was in an interview with Charlemagne. And they were talking about dark money donations, and Pete Buttigieg accidentally to Charlemagne said black money donations. Does anyone remember this? Am I the only one? Because sometimes people do the discourse of like, why do black people not like Pete Buttigieg? Surely it's because they're homophobic. It's like, okay, yeah. Uh-huh. Um, I did play it. I can't stop. I'm sorry, I can't stop thinking about it. He's playing at 0%. This doesn't surprise me at all, though. Um, I will say I'm surprised at his rhetorical skills now. Like whenever he goes on Fox News, like I'm sure there are plenty of like boomer lib moms who love Pete Buttigieg, but I just don't think he's presidential material. I just don't think it'll happen. He's probably just a good uh, attack dog for Democrats. Like he's a part of like the Democrat extended universe. 8,000 a month to push the party line. Damn. That's crazy. No, Gavin Newsom's washed. I think he's washed. I think that he's good. Who do you think it'll be? I mean, probably like a Liv Agar, if I were to guess. If I were to put a... No, probably like Harry Sasson or something. How do I... The 12-foot... I can't get past the paywall. Let me... It's Bad Empanada, Hassan Piker. So I thought we were talking about who was a part of this. It's much funnier to me. Archive PH, you're right. I forgot about that. It's much funnier that I went on. I don't know who it's gonna be. It's not gonna be Newsom though. He's burning too early, right? He has the national spotlight because no one wants to start running right now. So he's like presenting himself as the Democrat opposition. He's pulling a jab in a certain sense, I think so. It's probably different in a lot of ways. But the second that it becomes a crowded field, people are not going to want Gavin Newsom. He's not especially popular. A non-binary creator in Columbus, Ohio, with over 800,000 TikTok followers. I mean, that's the thing. If you're an American liberal and you have 800,000 TikTok followers, 8K a month. Like selling out isn't real anymore. Like if you pretend to not be like if you're not a lib, then obviously, like anyone who's doing this, you have to, exercise from leftist communities for taking the Gaza genocide money. If you're a lib, you don't fucking care about that anyways. Outside of, pretending that you always supported a ceasefire or whatever, you don't really care. Women in America. Aaron Parnes, Jency Walter Cronkite. I just don't know about who these are. I just don't know these people at all. Sasan is not in here. Wow. You'd think he would be on that. He's just saying that he loves Joseph Biden for free? Oh yeah, of course Olivia Juliana. Sasan is just doing it for the love of the game, bro. That's so funny. He just actually loves Biden. Is Pac-Man in here? That's awesome. That's so funny. TNC meme account who calls herself a Regina George liberal. This is not dark woke. This is not what it's gonna look like. Um Politics girl. I mean, how long did it take for Pac-Man to stop associating with Destiny? No, they would never. Destiny's poison. They wouldn't do it. Um, that's the funniest Destiny hypocrisy is that he always tried to present himself as like the most serious. Like, oh, I'm gonna do real politics, and then he would just like just like open my the example that always sticks out in my mind is like there was this random woman on Twitter who got like stealths. Like a guy took off the a condom in the middle of sex, and she was like posting about it, and he was like making fun of her for being distressed and calling her like a child for not saying anything. Just random person. It just he does shit like that, and it's like, well, you can't be a serious politics person now. It's why it's like it's not like Destiny's a sociopath, not in an especially calculative way. He just literally can't help it. Like he doesn't understand the things he's doing are wrong almost, and then he has to deal with the consequences of it. The he birthed the Groiper. That thing is so depressing. That poor on it. I just feel bad for that kid. Just sounds like he hasn't had a good life. That's a absurdly raw deal. Destiny's on the progressive thing. Yes. What is that? The Brianna Wu pack or whatever. What is that called? While others were offered membership into the Amplifier cohort, which is 8K a month. Progressive victory. That's awesome. Yeah, the Destiny's Kid thing is real depressing. Yeah, that's the thing where it's like you shouldn't be turning him into a lol cow. Um, it's real grim. Um, 8K US a month. That's a pretty good deal for what I guess just ignoring a well, do you think that they're allowed to not you think that they're allowed to is there like a gag for them on talking about Palestine now that Trump is in office? It's like as long as you like specifically condemn Trump for it. Nick Fuentes, the father who stepped up. It's so crazy that Nick's response to that was like, "You gotta log off, man. Like, see, we need to stop making fun of this poor child." Maybe I'll go back, see if it's mentioned in this. No, it's not mentioned. Oh, 2014 content creators after they lightly criticized the administration snubbed several prominent content creators because they. No, it's not. It doesn't say anything about what specific, gags they have. Oh yeah, they kicking us on out of the DMC, the DNC. Um, they lose the money if they say they're paid, which is awesome. I mean, it is funny that they were like, we're losing in the Zoomer war. So instead of like changing our shit so that influencers can better, it's like we're going to pay influencers. It's a fascinating because like Trump does that too, right? Maybe not as directly because it's like running by itself. I wonder how because like the Trump media sphere is really like not into him anymore. You have like the Andrew Schultz thing where he's like, I didn't vote for this. Which Andrew Schultz is the biggest fucking moron. Mushmo, thank you for the prime. Um, you do have like a negative polarization that like the the annoying like even Joe Rogan I think is no longer a Trump guy. right? He seems to be opposing. Like it's like anti-Trump, anti-woke access because of his popularity. Yum. I'm drinking Meshu. Schultz is an Italian? I guess he's German, right? Jogan didn't realize Trump is a sex pest until 2025. It's hard to say yeah. I mean, he's just got like the brain of a golden retriever. Like there's not much going on up there. Turn Joe Rogan woke. They need to put Joe Rogan in the woke re-education camps. He can be like Arpu Yi. You know how like the old Chinese Qing emperor was like reformed and turned into like a good Maoist citizen. I think you could do it with him. I think that'd be pretty easy. Have you ever been to Austin? I've heard good things about Austin, like relatively speaking, because it's like where all the cool people in Texas go. But then it's also where Joe Rogan goes. Austin becomes the forbidden city. Yeah, I can't say that I want to go to Texas. I can't say I have the intention. Go back to Chicago. I like Chicago. It was a nice city. I mean, it's absurdly, horrendously non-walkable, right? Austin is even like it's the downtown is just not good. He's your Fox Leaves a tier 1, and it's better than like Houston. It's walkable. I think the bar is pretty low if you think Austin is walkable. Am I wrong about this? I remember seeing. Oh, to Chicago's not walkable, or Chicago's walkable. It's fairly walkable. I would never say I liked a city if it was not walkable. That's like a necessary condition. New York City is probably the best. I mean, it's the best in terms of urbanism stuff. New York City is the best, hands down. It's not even close. Vancouver is like one of the more walkable cities in Canada or in North America. It's the fourth densest city in North America. I didn't realize that. Now the city is not very big, but it's very dense. Vancouver is bad suburban sprawl. The Lower Mainland has pretty bad suburban sprawl, but if you have enough money to not live in the sprawling part, and especially even just like living near the SkyTrain, because the SkyTrain is like really nice light rail transportation that can take you downtown, like really easily, then it's great. It's very on the walkability stuff. Frankenmelon, thank you for the prime. Like there's that walkability website. I don't know why it's showing UBC. San Francisco, there are pockets of walkability. Vancouver's very expensive though. It's a lot less expensive than most American cities. It's just its Canadian income. Toronto's a pretty walkable city. Most walkable cities in North America. Walk score. It's interesting. It's SF is the most walkable over New York. And then DC. Vancouver is the most, and it's not even close, which is crazy. It's 80. So it would go between Boston and Chicago. For fourth, I guess not counting, I don't know, I think Mexico City's fairly walkable, maybe. Which Canadian city has the best looking women? It's probably Toronto. Honestly, I don't see a difference. People were saying Montreal, everyone's really attractive. It's the same as Vancouver. I didn't see a difference. Honestly, even in fashion, I didn't see that much of a difference. Does it like I heard that was a reputation in Montreal and I didn't. Unless Vancouver people are also attractive and that's like where the bar is. I think all women are beautiful, yeah. I think San Francisco is walkable if you have a lot of money. So if you're in like the suburbs, there's like there's pockets of it, but it's like obviously the demand for living in those areas is going to be really high because like people like them. People like walking. It's nice to walk, especially if you live in a place that has good weather. Driving places sucks, even public transportation. I love the SkyTrain. I'm a big SkyTrain head. If I have to go somewhere and it's 40 minute SkyTrain ride, I don't care. I'm sitting pretty. I'm chilling. You've been pretty poor in SF and walking is pretty easy. Okay. SF is weird weather though, because it's real foggy, isn't it? Like it's different than the rest of California. The fog is beautiful. Okay. 12 microclimates. Honestly, I think that people from Vancouver do is we complain about the weather because it's very rainy. But I do like the rain more than I like Chicago humidity. Because in Montreal humidity too. Because my understanding is those two things are kind of antithetical. Like that's the the water hits the mountain in Vancouver and it just like rains instead of staying in the fucking atmosphere, which is not a correct explanation of it because I don't know how that works. Tokyo isn't usually that humid. Okay. Because I can't say I've ever looked at the humidity in Vancouver. Like that's just never been a factor to me. If Chicago's humid, my standards are incredibly high. I live in Vancouver. I grew up in Vancouver. Those are my standards. My standards are Vancouver, where it is not humid at all. I genuinely, there is not a single day in Vancouver where I looked at it, the heat, and then I was like, how humid is it? That's just never been a calculation I've ever had to make. We hate humidity, don't we, folks? Um, this is the walkability thing here is really interesting though, that it's like not even, it's Vancouver and it's not even close. But even so, like you can see the heat map here. Maybe if I click on it, you can see better. Yeah. I'm just making sure it doesn't show my location. Like it's pretty walkable. Even around here, like you get most of what you need. Um, yeah, Florida has both humidity and rain all the time. Yeah, it does not sound fun. Does not sound like a fun. Anything in the south sounds scary to me in terms of weather. I don't think I could handle it. I don't think I could take it, I'm gonna be honest. Oh yeah, Europe is much better. Like North America is just especially shit. New York like is clearly the best, has the best like urbanism stuff in North America, and it just like doesn't compare to like a Tokyo or a Paris. They're just so much better. I've never been to Norway. Um, Tokyo is so insanely easy to get around. You don't realize how big it is. Yeah, it's like is it the biggest city in the world? Your your commute in SF goes through three completely distinct climates. Yeah, what's going on with San Francisco climates? Montreal's walkability is all over the place. Yeah, I liked Montreal when I went there. Um, I don't think Mexico City's bigger than Tokyo. Tokyo Metro has 40 million people. Yeah. I would say people are more comfortable saying funny shit. Like when you're just out and about, you're in a boot, you hear people have conversations. The problem is that men hit on you more. And they're hitting on you all French style. I had a really funny story. I don't know if I told this on stream. Um, it was like I was out drinking with my friend I was in Montreal with, and I really had to pee. Like I made the mistake of not peeing at the place we were at, and then we had to walk back 30 minutes. Um, and we passed a McDonald's, and I was like, okay. And it's it's like Friday night or whatever. A lot of drunk French people in there. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go into the McDonald's, and there's a guy who's standing outside le McDo, as they say. There's a guy standing outside, and I'm locking in. Do you know what I mean? It's like that level. And I'm trying to get the door to open, but like as I pass him, he says like "salut," and I'm just ignoring him. And I'm like trying to open the door, and I'm like it's not working, and he just keeps repeating "salut." And I'm like, he's like right here. I'm going, I pass him, and I try to open the door, and then I turn around and tell my friend, like, how do I get this open? And he keeps saying like, "Salut," and I just like keep ignoring him. Um, I finally get the door to work, and then I go in and I go to the washroom. But it was very funny. It was so blatant. He's like right there. And it's funny that I'm French passing though. But yeah, people really do. People really do just go up and talk to you there. Um, cheese eating surrender monkey. No, I don't really. It's like enough like when I like had groceries, I could like the guy spoke French to me and I knew what he was saying. Should have answered in Cantonese, yeah. I should have answered in Suzhou dialect. That would have shocked him. He would have went as and I could have farmed for YouTube views. Um, it wasn't an unskippable cutscene for me. I skipped it. I thankfully I got to skip it. Um, Honestly, it's funny. I didn't even look at him, but apparently he was quite cute. That's what my friend said. My friend like apologized. She's like, I'm sorry. She's really gotta go to the washroom. But oh well, that's fine. That wasn't what I was looking for. I was looking to pee. Um, what other funny Montreal things? I think I've already given all the anecdotes. There were definitely people who hit on me in Chicago, especially because I had like my cute little festival outfits on. Because I just like walked. I just had to walk down Michigan Ave. Basically, we were in a nice hotel. Um, I just like ignore people when they do that, and it's usually fine. Um, I feel like half the time I have really bad like verbal processing speed, auditory processing speed. When people tell me stuff, it takes me a second to like process what they're saying. So half the time when someone like comes up to me and it's the weird like they're kind of being loud and they're trying to be funny. I just like don't even know what they're saying. So I just like, oh, sorry, I can't. And I just keep. Um, Chicago, she gets relentlessly sexually harassed. In New York, no one bothers her at all. You know what they're saying? You just haven't bothered to figure out what they said. Yeah, that's how I feel. I think mine is an ADHD thing. Like as my social anxiety has gotten a lot less bad, it's also just gotten less bad. My monetary processing. Um, but it really only happens to me now when I don't expect. How does social anxiety get less bad? Same with every other anxiety. It's like exposure therapy. I saw a really cool tweet of someone who was like, um, they got over their social anxiety by trying to make a stranger laugh every day. I don't think I'm that adventurous, but that is a thing I've been trying to do more. You just like say something funny to someone. And like the thing is like, at least in Vancouver, like people are receptive to it. I was getting a slushy. Make you laugh, but it's like it has to be in person though. Not funny. It's all about trying because you realize that even when it doesn't work, it's fine. They're just like, oh, okay, and it's fine. You don't count. I'm sorry, unless I meet you in person. Um, yeah, unless I meet you in person, then it will count. So just like chilling in downtown Vancouver, trying to look approachable enough so I can do my stand up comedy routine to you. Um, the most recent one, I was going on a walk yesterday. No, that was 2 days ago. So I guess I haven't. And I was ordering a slushy from one of the beaches. They have these two flavors, and I was like, "Can I get the blue flavor?" And he said, um, "Sorry, we don't have the it's out," which was weird because I did see some of the blue flavor was there, and then I said, "I can take the red flavor. That's fine. I don't have any preference. I don't know what they taste like." And it was something. It was funnier than that, but it worked. He was like, "Haha." People just you can just say shit. People in real life, people are much more receptive. I think maybe this is just Vancouver. You can find so many less for saying I'm walking on sunshine every time someone asks how you are. How are you? That's noted. It wasn't a bisexual. It was just that I didn't know what flavors they were, so I had no preference. I just picked the red one. So this is how you know it's funny because no one got it. It helps though because you realize that no one actually gives a fuck. I picked the red one. It sucked. It was not very good. It was really watered down. I wouldn't recommend that specific. It was like $5. It was ridiculous. Um, if I was bisexual, I would have picked the cheaper option. That's true. Um, they fucked up the syrup ratio or something. He shouldn't have sold me either of those, honestly. Neither of them are good. Another one is just like giving, this might be like woman locked, but just like give someone a compliment. Like, I love your dress. And people enjoy, would you believe people enjoy being complimented? They respond positively. That one might be woman locked. Because if you're a guy and you're like, "Hey, I like your dress," she might be like, "I have a boyfriend." You know, it might be like, "Oh no, I have to deal with this." If you're gay, but you have to do this. You have to do this as well. You have to be like, "I love your dress." You can't. You have to use the voice. I'm a man and I give everyone to say compliments. People love me. That's a good point. Maybe it isn't woman locked. You're right. How could I be so silly as to think that there's a single thing that women can do socially that men are prevented from? Um, One thing that was important to realize is like a lot of stress is physiological. It's the same with happiness. You'll get this. I was listening to old Cumtown videos yesterday, which honestly, realizing that they were my age when they started made me feel like very good about my life. Maybe that's a silly thing to say. Um, but there was something about like, you know, Nick was like, "Oh, it's I don't understand. I do these big projects and I just don't feel accomplished. Like I don't understand how to be happy." I think a lot of like accomplished based people, especially like people who like doing art, um, think that it's like, well, I just have to get this career achievement and then I'll be happy. And what they don't realize is that like a lot of happiness is physiological. It's like, did you exercise today? Are you eating well? Are you like doing too many, like, are you drinking too much? Are you interacting with people pleasantly? Like, it's like really basic shit because we are just like biological creatures. And they just don't have any of that except for, it's like, well, they're accomplished, but you still feel like shit. Um, I think that was an important realization that you need that actual foundation. to be happy. Consider myself biological. I consider myself a biological woman. Getting enough sleep, I did say it was easy. Getting enough sleep is hard. I mean, it's not easy to be happy. You know what was? Did you guys see that thing on Twitter of that? Like, is it a lady who was like dating two people and their partners hated each other? Did you guys see that? I'm trying to find it. It's so insane. Like they were like subtweeting each other and stuff. It's like got him on a leash. And the other one posts, if you can't draw, don't post it. LOL. Like, does anyone have more of these? So, 'cause one of the ladies went private, I think. Um, there's a lot going on there. Um, the hater polycule is so cool. Um, it is. I hate my bitch wife's boyfriend. Dude, they're dating the same guy. I think that was a part of it. I don't know. Some of the screenshots confused me because I didn't really know the context fully. Um, it's evolving. Can someone give me? It's like stuff. Only got on my knees for her, and then the other lady quote tweets it. Man, I don't know about that. I just don't think he likes you on his knees for girls that lack hygiene. Then this posts like their partner. I think this lady is dating both them and them. Little mouse heart. Can you delete the heart? Could you imagine your two girlfriends or whatever are fighting? In the in the evil polycule, the polycule that makes you evil. Wolfie and Mouse were dating for years, then Wolfie started dating the other one. I see. I think it's cool to crash out. Like the thing about normally dating two people is like if there's tension, it's just like kind of sublimated. But I kind of do respect like just putting it on the timeline. Just fuck it. Polyamory, good polyamory is all about communication. You got to communicate your needs. And sometimes if your need is to beat the fuck out of your metamor or whatever term they use for it, your wife's girlfriend, then that's what it's all about. Um, they should start adding more evil members. Make like a villain polycule. Purpose is to spread hatred. What's more open than communicating on Twitter? I hate my bitch wives. The old balls and chains. Uh, sorry. Harry Polycule needs the person no one likes but is still there. I'm gonna ask this. I realize this is like basically a rhetorical question, but do you think like someone has gotten kicked out of a polycule? Because presumably, like the point of a polycule is that everyone dates everyone. So if you break up with someone, it's like, well, they're still dating everyone else. But it's like, Sock we've taken a vote. Like it's like you're getting voted off the island, you know? It's like I vote sock out of the polycule. I'm gonna have to go with sock. I have to do like a little ritual as they're getting kicked out. You've been kicked out of a polycule? That's crazy. Yeah, I couldn't that's not for me. Polycules? That sounds horrible. Like I could do multiple partners. I mean, I have done multiple. I've done three of them at once. That's too many, by the way. In case you're curious what the number is, of partners, that's too many. It's three. That's too many. That's too many. You don't want that. That's too many. If you have a job, you can't have three partners. Maybe if you don't have a job, you can go you can go three girlfriends. Not good. Three's a crowd, yeah. Um, yeah. um, what I'm looking for right now, I feel like it would be fun to be like the second girlfriend of a guy. Like he's got his wife and I'm the girlfriend. Like it's like kind of low expectation, like you see him two times a week sort of thing. It's like I have enough time to do other stuff. I feel like that would be I don't think any guy deserves two girls. The what you fail to consider is that I deserve a guy if I want one. And that's all that matters. That's the only part that matters. Um
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
or
I had no idea.
thank
Do
you.
whatever you want all the time.
A Borozuki cat. Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. I also deserve money. So thank you. Much appreciated. Um yeah, thank you. I feel like that would be a good amount though. You can take it easy. Would you ever date a cis dude? Unfortunately, I have. And I would do it again. It's happened. That's life. Um Live his wife guy curious. But it's like it has to be like kitchen table. Do you know what I mean? Like I hang out with the wife too. I used to date Hunter Biden, yeah. Um like it's one of those situations where they're actually chill with it. Because if they're not actually chill with it, I don't want to get in between. I have for some reason people love cheating on their partners with me. Like that I know of, it's happened like 3 times. Maybe 4. And like to be clear, I don't like getting myself involved in those sort of situations. Like if I find out that that's happening, I don't continue involving myself being like the other woman. But people love it. I don't know why. Playing Scrabble with your boyfriend's wife. See, you guys make fun of that. I don't know if you are specifically, Chatter, but that does sound awesome to me. That sounds fun. Hot take cheating is poggers. I do love that. Like, it's become like a meme at this point of like, it's it's low key problematic for you to like shame me for cheating because it's a product of my ADHD. Did you know ADHD it actually causes hypersexuality, and so you being mad that I'm cheating, that's like an ironic discourse I've seen. I saw an ad about ADHD that was like I think I posted it on. It's like an Instagram ad about like ADHD. I honestly I would not be surprised if people with ADHD cheating more. Cheating is my attachment style. Yeah. Um. Do you think anyone has been in like a poly relationship and then cheated anyways? Just for the love of the game? Where it's like, it's like, well, you do it, you just have to tell me. And it's like, I just didn't tell you. Because it's like, I want to feel the rush of something that's like wrong. I mean, of course. But like, why wouldn't you just say? I don't understand. I guess the implication is that your partner is like, I don't want you with this specific person. And then you do it anyways. You have friends who've been in that situation, but like, why? Is it just because like people love cheating? The secrecy is the juice. You can be poly but not open. Okay, well, like, I mean, in a situation where you are like non-hierarchical, you can't control who your partner is sleeping with. Someone's just doing it for the love of the game. Trade members of one polycule for another. That's what happens in like Seattle when a new trans woman comes, when a new polyamorous trans woman or someone who can be gaslit into doing polyamory comes into the city. It's like the NBA draft for all the different like varying evil polycules. It's like, what if the trans woman equivalent of like having a secret family on the side is like having a secret polycule on the side? Like you're in two polycule relationships at the same time, dynamics at the same time. Five-star polycule cross. Yeah, they should make a Big Brother style thing about like, but it's doing polyamory somehow. There must be a way of making it work. Forbidden romance between Starcraft lovers in like two rival polycules. It's like the modern day Romeo and Juliet. You did a girl whose polycule had kicked her out. Yeah, that's tough. That's gotta be tough. I mean, the thing about that is, I feel like at least 50% of those situations, it's not a polycule. It's like a bona fide cult, and like you just are now in the bad graces of the leader, who's like decided that you're problematic now, and like don't deserve housing or whatever. But yeah, having multiple people like collectively decide to break up with you would be crazy. That's why you gotta like if you have multiple part, you have to do it separately. That's my opinion. That just seems like way too much of doing it together. There's too many dynamics there for it to work. Yeah, you can't get voted off the island, bro. Um, you're voted off the island, but the island is like Manhattan because you can no longer pay for rent unless you're splitting it with 5 people. That'd be tough. That'd be tough. Um, Manhattan's on an island, right? I can't remember. I can't remember. Um, you're exiled to the Bronx. Okay, it is good. What's wrong with sleeping around and seeing what works? That's we gotta import staying culture from Brazil. Ficante or whatever. I don't know how to pronounce it. Which I understand is just when you sleep with people and it doesn't really, it's like not really a big deal. We gotta do that. That was okay, thank you. Picante? Because that's the thing that is like the American toxic relationships, casual toxic relationship style of the situationship. Where like it's the same in a sense of like you're sleeping with someone and you don't talk about it, but the expectation is the opposite. Picante? Ficante. I said okay. I was right about the F. Are you doing the thing when men say women should be more open to sleeping with friends? Wait, you're talking about ficante? Like it's like staying. I think it's not a thing of like people the my understanding of staying in Brazil is not that people sleep with each other more, it's just that they're more chill about it. Which I think is a culture we could benefit from. I disagree. There's like an annoying counter culture in among certain trans people where it's like basically it's like a let men be masculine thing of like we should copy cishet people more. Like polyamory, it's not good. You know, casual romantic sexual relationships with your friends, very toxic. What we would benefit from, what the queer community would really benefit from, how we could really up the radicalism and really is if we just like stop doing that. I disagree. I think that's silly. We should be more chill about it. That's my opinion. Which is still the minority opinion. People present the counter opinion as if it's like a very brave thing to say, but it's not. And you know, I guess I don't have to do the like entirely different sentence thing from Twitter because people are like, "So you think it's good that like people don't have any sexual boundaries with their friends and just like assume?" It's like I don't think that that's good at all. I think it's very easy to not do that with people. It's very easy to ask them how they feel. Saran will legalize polyamory. I hope so. I do love that like the Quirk Chungus voting block has like doing big things in New York. That was what my friend went to the scavenger hunt, the Zeron scavenger hunt, which I'm still not sure what the premise is. Um, somewhere chill in Brazil, the term casual relationship is still not casual enough. That's the thing. That sounds great. The Quirk Chungus, voting block. You guys know Quirk. You guys know about Quirk Chungus. Which I hate this meme. This meme is made with so much anger, and I have nothing but love for Quirk Chungus. For like who this is actually about. Mad Monty, thank you. Live Agar U 2002. That is not Destiny. But like the actual person that that's about, like that voting bloc is doing big things for socialism. Like Millennial Quirk Chungus, New York transplant. It's like the only real revolutionary class. The only one who has real like revolutionary class spirit, class consciousness in America. They were my fiancé for a while. Now we're just friends. It's super normal. That sounds great. That sounds normal. Nope. Big ups to cringe people. I got my nails done again because they've already grown in a lot. I thought it was cute to get them matching. I think I might go a light pink next time. I got a really nice color on my feet. That's this cool light pink that's really subtle that I'm not going to show you. Why not? It's halal cart socialism. I don't, honestly, I'm not very good at nail polish. I go and get it done like usually every other month. Maybe every 6 weeks. Because I just get gel nails and then when they start to break, I just like hold on for way too long. Yeah, it's been like 6 weeks now. We're doing New York Sharia law and also polyamory. That is like, it's inevitable that we're just gonna land on Islamogoshism. Gel is a different way of painting your nails that like dries immediately and lasts for a lot longer, but it's hard to get it off. Like it's hard for me to, I have to go to a place to get the rest because they're starting to crack. But yeah, that is it's already in France. Islamoleftism. We're gonna bring it here. My understanding is that Canadian and American Muslim populations are the most progressive Muslims in the world. Like they're one of the only Muslim demographics that are majority pro-gay marriage. Islamoleftism, we're doing it, folks. I'm gonna convert to 12er Shiism. It's the only one that's relatively chill. I mean, it's still not chill. It's actually still deeply violent to trans people, but someone had that post on TikTok, the like trans woman to a sadist pipeline. What about Sufism? Maybe I would go like Albanian style Islam. I feel like Albanians are overwhelmingly the most chill Muslims. You begin as you're a trans woman, but then you're like, I want to be religious and I want to find a way of being accepted as a trans woman. And then the most accepting of Christianity and Islam is 12er Shiism, where there's the fatwa that like allows for bottom surgery. Gonna put on my hijab-inspired secular accessorization. That is all. That one's awesome. That's a great like Twitter character of the week. Because I thought that that was a situation of like it's a trans woman, white trans woman who becomes Muslim, but it's not even that. They're like pagan and just thought the hijab went hard, which like, I mean, sure, fair enough. It's not a bit. No, it's too insane for it to be. It's far too insane. Mexican Chias? That's awesome.
I am gay.
Captain Mars, thank you. Folkloric elements inherent to its culture. Imam Hussein by Mexican Shia converts. That's awesome. That's so cool. Sorry, hold on. Oh, just looking at text messages. We love a good Shia corridor. I mean, I don't. Self sucks. Thank you for the prime. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that says about, or what like Islam explicitly says about non-believers wearing hijabs. I mean, I guess if you don't believe in it, then it's. I can't say the Muslim women I know are fond of the idea of a random non-Muslim white person being like, but you know. Canada should have its own version of Mormonism. I think that's just Mormonism. I mean, there are headscarves in like Christianity, because it's not an explicitly Muslim thing. Yeah, it's just Mormonism. That's Canada's Mormonism. There are Mormons in Canada. The Mormons in Alberta actually specifically. Yeah, I guess hijabs are not Muslim specific, like headscarves. Well, I'm sure hijabs are very specific cultural region at the very least. In fact, it's probably good. I guess it would be good because you're like following one of the rules. You know what I mean? I guess the Muslim position on non-Muslims doing Muslim stuff is like do as much as you can, you know? Follow as many of the rules as you want, preferably more of them. I mean, maybe not Hajj. You'd probably not want Hajj. That one's probably everyone's born Muslim anyways, exactly. I do love that the phrase like revert. It's like welcome home. Welcome back. A lot of black people affiliate a largely halal diet. I mean, there is like a decent amount of like conversion to Islam among black Americans, at least historically, which makes sense. You know, it's like want to do an Abrahamic religion, but like not the one that was like forced upon your ancestors by slave traders. It's like fair enough. Disco Elysium is fun. It's fun to like play LARP as like a ultra left communist. Or LARP. LARP is one. To pretend to be one. You transitioning back to Muslim? I'm AMAB. Yeah, I would say that I'm AMAB, as is everyone else. You get it. Um, um, Aliens born Muslim? I don't know. I don't know what different theological groups say about that. Hold on, I'm gonna get a pillow to sit on because it's comfy. Comfier than my. Also, you should give me money for streaming. Thank you to people who did give me money. Like, or a Borozukat, which I still pronounce wrong. Such as, thank you. Club Shido is Muslim. What religion is Watto, do you think? It's like the alien with the big nose that owns white slaves. We shouldn't talk about that. Why did you all say live at once? Follow Sean, thank you. Yeah, he's Taoist. He's Taoist. The hat is crazy, actually. I didn't think about the hat. That's not good. Yeah, he's Orthodox Christian. He's Oriental Orthodox Christian. And mind tricks don't work on him. Yeah, it's awesome. I tried to read a book about Mace Windu. It was so racist. That is like I do wonder how do you do racism in a universe where that isn't actually like a distinction? Like human skin color doesn't work as like a isn't mentioned ever as like a is it a thing of like I was always naturally very athletic. Although, it's like one of those. It's just like I did not see the Richie Torres. If there are any good clips, please send it. We can watch. But I'm not gonna watch the whole one on stream. It's just like European style racism. I like that he got a purple lightsaber. It's not funny. It's very sad. Oh, I mean that makes sense. It's Richie Torres. Let's see. This one was difficult. When we first finished it, I wasn't sure it would be released. It's weird for me to present myself publicly the way I did at the time.
I am gay.
Oh, Nonmerk, thank you. Why do I not follow Adam?
Thousands of people.
So what does that mean?
That Hamas is a terrorist organization for murdering innocent children and civilians.
How many civilians have been killed in this war?
The war is a tragedy, but
90%
again,
of
you're
them have been
suggesting that
civilians. They've killed journalists.
People have been killed in a war. It's been a tragedy.
They've killed people waiting for aid.
But you're suggesting that it is the policy of the Israeli government to murder civilians, and that's That is a notion that I reject.
You gotta like, listen, man. You gotta be like a human being about this.
People who are dying in the war, which to me is a tragedy, because war is a
Do
tragedy.
you feel in your heart that this is what you're saying is right?
If you remove Hamas,
You don't actually think
well,
that.
I told you what I believe. Don't tell me what I believe. I've told you what I believe.
Why would you believe that?
Because there are people who see the world differently. I know it's a shock to you, but there are
No.
people who see the world differently. For Hamas murder.
Bummer.
The president.
Yeah.
No interactions.
You've never
met him. Have no desire to meet him.
Let's practice it right now.
I feel like he's the
I'm
worst
Trump.
person on earth.
You know what a meeting was?
He's the devil.
He's the devil?
Yeah.
Let's practice. I'm
Okay.
Trump. What's up? I'm Trump. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
That's your you just bombed. You
So
can't
what should
sit
I
there
do?
like that with some weird smile.
I'm
like
gonna
that.
shake Donald Trump's hand.
Yeah, you have to say like you're doing like the Holocaust right now in this country, like you have to say like you're ruining this country right now. Why don't you say something like that? You're an asshole.
Okay. We'll practice. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Let's get it. Come on, dude.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
how are you? I'm looking for. Hopefully, you can release those files.
Epstein? That's your no. Come on, dude. First of all, you guys already lost on Epstein.
You think we lost on Epstein?
You guys lost
He's
on
He's
Epstein.
obviously in the file.
But half the files is your guys too. So that's why you guys didn't
I mean,
do this.
my view is release the files and let the dice fall where they may.
You guys lost on Epstein.
Okay, there's another.
There's zero justification for anti-Semitism.
Okay, you're deflecting again.
I'm not deflecting. That's my position.
What does it look like to have a flag with a Jewish star and I'm Jewish, and for kids to be starving right now? And why is my government? I don't want to do this fight. Let's not do like a yelling at each other thing. I really just, for me, I had the experience of.
It just sounds like you're justifying anti-Semitism, which making me feel like.
Are you crazy right now? I think that.
This perspective is awesome. I think it should all be recorded from this way. But yeah, I mean, he just sounds like he lacks empathy. Yeah, I mean, at some point you do. This is a thing that happens to everyone who does enough like debating about or talking about politics in person. Is you just get someone who genuinely is not moved by the notion of human suffering. That it doesn't hit them. There is something that's not clicking inside their minds. That's like not even necessarily an analytical it's like a subjective understanding. That they just don't have. And you can't make them, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make it drink. And yes, anyone who's like, it's anti-Semitic to want a ceasefire in 2025, but nevertheless in August of 2025 is just like, what do you want me to tell you? Yeah, it's more vulnerable than I thought it would be. Adam is a surprisingly good interviewer, I feel like. But yeah, it's I do like that AIPAC as an institution is becoming recognized by people like the NRA. You know what I mean? Of like, this is an evil, undemocratic institution that works against the interests of the common good. Charlemagne calling Hakeem Jeffries AIPAC Shakur is so fucking funny. AIPAC Shakur is the funniest fucking. I feel one of your parasocial fans become very famous suddenly. Why are you in a band that's about to break out? I think the guy who becomes famous to hang out with Liv Agar. You know what's interesting? I mentioned this before that I went and got brunch at at a restaurant, and it was very good. And someone recognized me, but they didn't recognize me. Like they messaged me being like, did I just see you at a restaurant, like downtown?" And I'm now realizing I should encourage people to come up to me more because I'm wondering which person in the restaurant it was. Like I want to get a sample size of not like people who know who Live Agar is, but people who know Live Agar is who go outside. I feel like that would be interesting. It was my handler, yeah. The funniest is when I got recognized on a date. Like, it was a first date and someone was like, "Are you Live Agar?" Like, not the person who I was on a date with. That's like, I feel like that might be the equivalent of, you know, those videos where someone goes up to a random person and is like, "Hey, like, you know, we hung out last week," and they're like, "We did," and it's like, "Yeah, you filled up my tank of gas. You paid for all of it," and he's like, "I did do that. I remember." Do you know those videos? How did it go? I think it went fine. Yeah, thanks for saving me from drowning. It's one of those, but it's like in real life. Um, Thank you for giving me your Lambo. Well, I mean, they just see that I'm like hanging out with someone. It's always, yeah. Anyway, I think it's very funny every time it happens. And it's definitely not doing bad things to my ego. That definitely doesn't exist. I said this before, but um I don't have much of a YouTube chat because I only really um interact with Twitch chat. It's mainly honestly just have to just easily have VODs as well. You can see it in the thingy if you look. Sometimes I look at it. Um I can't remember. Streaming makes you a narcissist because you guys like I just talk about myself and you guys think it's interesting, but no one else outside of this context thinks that it's interesting. It's like shitty stand-up comics who get enough fans that they can just do comedy shows, like shitty comedy shows with their fans. Like they don't have to go to an open mic or whatever. They don't have to perform in a context where the entire room isn't their fans. Northernlion and Hassan says streaming makes you neurodivergent. That's it. Neurodivergent's an interesting one. Is it like ADHD? Matt Rife is a great example. I mean, people who just didn't go through the fucking comedy circuit, right? Because it's like hard to become a stand-up. You have to go into rooms a bunch. It's a very insane premise of just like going into a room and making an audience who doesn't know you laugh with your words. You think the causal relationship might be backwards? No. No. No, I have like fake narcissism, like not like I don't have a personality disorder. Do you know what I mean? Like people use the terms interchangeably. It's very minor. As soon as I'm not a micro celebrity again, it'll go away. Streaming giving you autism is a very funny concept, though. I do think, like, I mean, yeah, listen, if there was a context where autism was um, socially beneficial. If there's ever a context, it's probably streaming. That probably would give you autism. It makes you think. It makes you symptomatic. Neurodivergent is just a way of saying autism. I feel like that's true. People use the term to mean just like it's like one of the normal ones. You know what I mean? Or it's like a neuroses of some sort. Um, gee, it would be crazy if someone did mean like, yes, I am schizophrenic because I started streaming on Twitch. It's like one of the like horror stories of like it being induced by like psychedelics. But it's like no, having to see, Destiny's Take every day.
I am gay.
KCG7, thank you. The funny thing about the autism screeners is that you kind of can't take them yourself. Like you don't know how to take an autism screener for yourself. You need like a professional to do it for you. And also, yeah, I mean, they're not especially accurate. I would say Hassan does not have autism because it doesn't interfere with his life. Like lives a successful life and he doesn't, as far as I'm aware, does not feel like especially alienated and like limited because of whatever symptoms he has. Which, like, as it turns out, means that you don't meet a diagnostic criteria. And it's not good at video games. Exactly. Am I invalidating high functioning autistics? I'm just literally telling you what psychologists who invented the concept of autism and define what it means. Unless you're being sarcastic, unless I'm being baited here. I'm telling you how they diagnose people. Unless I might be getting baited. Or that's sarcastic and I didn't. I'm definitely ADHD. I have a diagnosis for that one. I definitely got that one. That one. Oh yeah. Only half fading. But yeah, I mean, there are people who are high functioning autistic, but like, I mean, people just use high functioning in a silly way. Because they're thinking of like low functioning is what, like a lot of people's minds, what low functioning autistic means is what high functioning autism actually is, clinically speaking. That like the spectrum goes further than you would think. I think I have BW. Is that like an own? Is it? I'm gonna ask you, and it's gonna be like these nuts syndrome. Beautiful woman syndrome. Thank you. Thank you. Depends on who's describing it as autism. Well, it's the institution. That's the definition. These ones are kind of straightforward in the sense of like, it's a thing defined by an institution, like psychology. Okay, that's where the term comes from. That's who regulates who has it, and who decides decides what it means. So it's like, what is the diagnostic criteria in the institution? We're strict constructionists about autism? I mean, who isn't? Is there anyone saying that like autism is like X or Y brain structure? Like are psychologists making that argument? I was not aware of them, or people who are doing that. I mean, like psychologists are constructionists in the sense that they construct what a thing means. That doesn't mean just because they construct it, it means nothing or it's arbitrary. It's just literally they define what the line is. And there's an understanding that at some level that is arbitrary. There's a in the discipline of psychology, there's a pretty open, explicit idea that it does relate to, like, a diagnosis relates to being able to function in our society. And that's like, that is at some level like what you would say is subjective, or because the point is to help people. You develop these concepts to help people where they are. That is just practically, functionally the use of these concepts. That's how they're practically deployed. The clinicians are very practically minded when they come up with and mobilize these diagnostic criteria. Obviously, like they're thinking about it concretely. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's complicated. Obviously. Do you think Northernlion is autistic when it comes to trivia? Using it in its non-clinical sense. He's good at trivia. He's got a lot of good trivia knowledge. He's got a breadth of knowledge of trivia. I will give it to him. But the results of a test could have some meaning for his life. In what sense? Like, insofar as, like, if he read an autistic self-help book, it would help him, I guess. I don't think that necessarily means much. Like, people who have, like, just kind of struggle with attention could probably do well if they read an ADHD help book. And if they did an ADHD test, they would be like, I think that I have bad attention, but, like, they don't know what the clinical bar is for bad attention. So they just put, I have bad attention. When, like, the institution that comes up with the concept and uses it, if you ask the clinician and they were like, oh, okay, well, do you struggle in this specific context? And they're like, well, not really. Then they would, and I say this in like I don't know why I'm using this specific tone, but, like, that's why screeners are problematic. Not problematic, but, like, if you have a high thing on a screener, it's not a bad idea if you have the money and if a diagnosis would actually benefit you, for various reasons. Because sometimes it doesn't benefit you. Sometimes it's not good to have a diagnosis. Then you can go to a professional and they can give you an assessment where they might say, like, well, I would say that you have some sort of symptoms, but it doesn't seem to be sabotaging your, like, affecting your life all that significantly. So I wouldn't say this warrants a diagnosis. That's very possible. See the video cat scale replica of Tokyo Subway that runs? That's cool. I liked that one. It was a mini, and then the cat was in it. Having a hard time. You gotta specify more than that. When someone uses a screener, not like a ADHD screener, some of the questions will be shit like, Penny Shark, thank you.
Here's some bits.
The questions will be like, do you have a hard time paying attention in X or Y context? And someone who says yes might not know what that fully means. It might be like, oh, sometimes when I'm reading, I get confused and I have to reread the page or whatever. But that, like, when they're at work, they're actually performing fine, right? It doesn't actually interfere with their life and their ability to do things all that much. But they're like, well, And so they put yes, and then when they go on the screener, it gives them, oh, you're above the range for ADHD. But then if they went to a professional and the professional asked them about their lives, they would say, well, you don't meet the criteria. Your attention isn't bad enough. And there were a bunch of other symptoms, obviously, because that is all a diagnosis is, really, is a cluster of symptoms, especially in this context. Like psychosis is a lot more straightforward. It's like, are you seeing things that aren't there? You know, like it's a bit less, you know, but what was I going to say? But yeah, so it might turn out that even though you did the screener and it said, yes, you have X or Y thing, that if you go to a professional who is like, you know, like that this is really the only way that you can define something like autism is the institution that comes up with it and deploys it. I just really don't understand how, like, maybe there will be like a recontextualization. I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing. There's probably reasons you could discuss of why it might be. I don't know. I'm not too invested in that discussion, in self-aided discussion, really. But like, if we want to think of, it just seem silly to me about like a concept like autism. That really does seem like it's embedded in a specific institution. To be like, well, that institution is actually wrong about what it means. I love my work. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, that was a lot of work. I'm glad you liked it. Thank you for this. Thank you for this up. I mean, there are many reasons why you might not want to get a diagnosis, and there are certainly people where it's very clear they don't, in terms of like, it's not ambiguous whether they have X or Y disorder, or whether they meet criteria is a more like constructionist way. I'm a generally more constructionist person, but like I think a lot of clinical psychologists do just think of it in a more practical way. And that's the thing, is you can go into remission for a lot of these things. That's another thing people don't understand. Like Ace says, you can have ADHD as a kid, but over time you get to work around it and negate it. Like that means that you went into remission if you're able to manage everything. It's the same, like another example is bipolar disorder, or borderline personality disorder. Something like more than half of people, it's a pretty large amount of people go into remission over if they have like a decade of attempting to work on it and being in a good space. They just go into remission, and so you don't meet criteria anymore. People think of a lot of these things as like it's just your brain structure or whatever. It's like, I just have an autistic brain or whatever. I think autism is the going into remission for autism is less straightforward. It's not really, that's a whole other discourse, I think, about like whether, that's a whole other discourse. But ADHD, for instance, it's certainly the case that a lot of people show symptoms early on and then just like develop coping mechanisms, and they no longer struggle. Not be masking. Well, yeah, it's more complicated with relation to autism, I think. Does improving your material conditions to the point where disorder isn't pure within anymore? I mean, that's certainly a very significant component of that. If you find a job, let's say you have ADHD, ADHD and autism, like the employment rate is very low. It's really not trivial. What was I gonna say? But if you find a job that excites you and you don't have any issues paying attention, like that's a pretty unquestionable example of significantly improving. It's a very relative thing. DSM makes it sound like all disorders are social phenomena objectively experienced. I don't know if those two things are antithetical. I mean, they're relational because of, but all humans are relational. I still feel like that's an objective relationship. It's not purely like someone's brain chemistry. I'm actually not sure what the autism. I'm assuming like going into remission with autism as a discourse is much more fraught than like remission is someone who's like. I'm assuming borderline personality disorder is less fraught. Maybe it's not. But like something like borderline requires a lot of work as an adult to get through like internalizing a really negative image of human social relations, basically. If I'm colorblind, so I don't know which traffic light is which, and then I learn their position, I functionally am no longer colorblind. I would say that there are certainly some examples. There's a discourse back and forth in disability stuff about like the medical model versus the social model. I just think it depends. Like I read a good paper. The social model is that disability is only relational. That it's like, well, we view people who rely on wheelchairs as disabled because of the infrastructure of our society. Because everyone needs help doing things. It's just this specific help is. Then I read a good response paper to that. This is a while ago. I'm sure the discourse has evolved. Maybe it hasn't. Maybe it hasn't. But like, well, that's true. But like, someone with Alzheimer's or someone with Parkinson's still just needs a pill. Like, regardless of the social structure, they're going to need a pill that they take, and it's going to have these effects. I think it probably just depends. And I think the example of something like ADHD, again, it's like way more straightforwardly something that's relational. Where there are other social formations that have existed where that wasn't even a problem.
Oh, it's okay. I'm trans.
John Adams, thank you for the stream. Thank you for the stream.
Do whatever you want.
Thank you for the raid. That counts as a Biden. That's a Biden count. We're talking about disability. I hope you had a good stream. But yeah, like ADHD is a good example of one that is very relational to me. It seems much more contingent, and it probably just amounts to a spectrum. The social model still makes a good point, though. Regardless of that social model of disability, because it's like glasses. Like I'm crazy disabled in my eyes. Like I cannot see. Like I can only focus about here, and then everything else is blurry without my glasses. Like they're horrifically. I gotta clean them. I was gonna put them up to the screen. I like doing that bit, but they're horrifically dirty, so I don't want to embarrass myself. But it's just we just have decided that that's not a disability because of technological development, right? Because it's easy to get people glasses. My glasses are like -5. It's like -4.5, -5, I think. Or -4.5, -5.5. They're worried on, I think it's my right eye, that it's like, if it gets worse, we're going to have to like check for tearing because it starts to tear sometimes. But I don't know if it's gotten any worse since then. So Velma, 8.75 my left eye. That's crazy. Do you see like normally with glasses? Like, does it get to a point where like you can't get like a glasses correction to like 0 or whatever? But yeah, I mean, I do think the ones where it's a lot more subjective, again, like any of the anything in the DSM-5 where people are self-diagnosing incorrectly, like at a large amount, I think you could pretty safely say is like based upon a social formation. And then if we were more accommodating, we would at the very least think of those cluster of symptoms in a widely different way. Or we just wouldn't think of them as a disability at all. Porn addiction isn't in the DSM, and sex addiction is a very, I mean that's a good example because it's just by itself a very controversial diagnosis. I believe it's now hypersexuality. It has a very fraught history. Like for instance, contextualizing gay men's sexual activity as pathological, because it's like, oh, you're risking so much to have sex with men, that must be a pathology, and they're just like, I want to have sex with people. Like, do you know the extent that straight men would go to have sex? Like, if it was criminal, you know, obviously a society that would criminalize that, it wouldn't make sense. But so it was changed to hypersexuality, which is already, I think there's a controversy. The DSM is like as a document, it is like it's a consensus document. So it's like, what do clinicians, psychologists, psychiatrists think in general about disorders? It's meant to like meet everyone in the middle. So it's not cutting edge. And the DSM is pretty old. DSM-5 is pretty old. It still has autogynephilia as a paraphilia, right? Like Blanchard, it's old enough that Blanchard was still a person who had authority over paraphilias when it was written, like in psychological institutions. Now, it's not like autogynephilia is like a paraphilia. It's not like the transgender diagnosis, which is gender dysphoria. So they're like separate. He also added, they added, I think it's a DSM-5 of autoandrophilia, which is purely, according to Blanchard, a thing that they added just to seem like not sexist. It's a paraphilia. It was included as a specifier to transvestic disorder. Sorry. It's not a standalone diagnosis. So that's like a disorder when you're so pathologically dressing up like a woman, I guess, and it turns you on. It's like a consensus document, so it's like, well, there are some people in the paraphilia community who are psychologists and clinicians who believe this, so we have to. They're making this is a classic. Is this a whole like show? Oh no. You can tell this is old because in the woke society he says you're a baby girl. It's a baby girl. And not like it's a they.
Some people say that it's a result of how you were raised.
That's it, good girl. You're so good. Oh, mommy told.
Oh, I see. The premise of this is that it's woke. But it's like, could you imagine if you were discriminated for being straight? I see.
I had the best, most normal parents anyone could have asked for.
She let me sleep today. She let me sleep for
I
2
see, and then
hours.
it's like, and then
Whatever we say.
she's attracted to men, and it's like
That's what
evil.
mommies do.
Hey, how about we be the daddies and you do whatever we say? Yeah.
No way.
I got an idea. How about David and I play mommy and daddy?
That's really weird.
That's awesome. That's such a wow. Wow. You know, as a cishet, that really, as a straight person, that really, it really makes me understand the hardships that gay people go through. Very 2012. Yeah, it's very like, um, extremely, yeah, extremely 2012 millennial. Like, um, don't call him gay. Yeah, he's actually a pretty cool guy. Do you think Macklemore like ever did gay exploration? Like, do you think that's where that line came from? Like, he was. Do you think Macklemore was ever at like those sleepovers? Like, where did that line come from? Why would he think he was gay in the third grade? Do you know what I mean? Is everyone following me? Hold on, let me put on follower mode again. Really injured. I like slept on my arm funny today. Or, ouch, ouch, ouch. My shoulder hurts. Can you sing the song? It's been so long, I've forgotten it. Like, it's like, oh yeah, it's because you like to draw. Uh-huh. That's why you thought you were gay. Ouch. Poison ivy on the butt. I hope not. Do you happen to know just how fascist Finland is? I can't say that that does feel like it strikes me as a country that's got a lot of Hitler particles. Like still, they have the new right-wing president. They ditched the cat girl lady, the attractive cat girl, who's the social democrat, and now they have a right-wing president who like plays a lot of golf with Trump. I'm gonna get some chips because I'm hungry and I haven't cooked dinner yet, and I'm hungry. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, and there's a draft. There's a bunch of there are Finnish hockey stars that dodge the draft. That is always odd with a culture of a country with a draft where it's like you just have to pause your life for a year. What did the philosopher who coined the term Hitler particles mean by it? Do you guys know this? It was Trotsky. It's a Trotsky quote. Not every exasperated petty bourgeois could have become Hitler, but a particle of Hitler is lodged in every exasperated petty bourgeois. Do I love you, Einsteinium? I think you're fine. No sup, so no. That's where it comes from. Which I feel like is pretty straightforward. It's funny because you think that it comes from like a Twitter ML who posts about like Treatlerites. You know what I mean? But no, it's Leon Trotsky. Leon Trotsky was the Hitler particle guy. I've shitty brand of hummus.
I am gay.
Thank you, Einsteinium. I now love you. It's not Israeli, don't worry. It's just not very good. It's from like the white grocery store. Hummus from the white grocery store isn't very good. Yeah, the Finland swastika is so funny. Because it is like unrelated, right? Like they had it before Nazism. But it is one of those things where it's like, you can't do that. You know what I mean? Like if someone out there, it's a horrible example. If there was like a fascist leader who was like, my name is Liv Agar, I would have to change the name. I couldn't be like, I had it before her march on parliament. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, after you do the continuation war, you can't be like, it's a coincidence. Should Harvey Epstein change his name? I personally don't think it's on him. The onus is not on him. I think the onus is on both Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein to change their names. Because he didn't do anything. It's fucked up. It is an absurdly funny name, though. Jeffrey Epstein died? They can still figure out a way to do it. Candace Owens defends Weinstein. I mean, she's just like a sycophant. That is Candace. She really gave the game away. That it's just like, well, yeah, I mean, like Weinstein likes her. But that's it. It's like, yeah, we had a nice conversation, and he supports what I got going on. So I think that he actually is fine. Didn't Epstein's alive in Tel Aviv? Didn't he have an Israeli passport? Am I crazy? Like he had a couple foreign passports that like weren't in his name. What does Biden count one mean? I feel like that should explain it pretty well. I think we should, pretty easy explanation of what's going on there. He was an enjoyer of passports. You being crazy and Epstein having the passport are not mutually exclusive. That's a good point. I am like a very polite woman, a very polite person, but I sometimes do feel like the Serbian woman genes in me to just like be insane about things, which is definitely not a problematic way of looking at the world, but like I'm very Vancouver polite of like I don't like bothering people, but I am kind of insane. When your rich passports start appearing, I feel like the idea that he's an intelligence asset is like not that much of a controversial take. Cause like Vancouver polite? I feel like Vancouver's is it like California sober? No, that's just like Vancouver's a city where people don't bother each other and like aren't loud. Kind of mind their own business, I guess. Were there new email leaks? But yeah, I mean, like, do you find people in Vancouver nicer than Ontario? I don't know. I'm not sure. You're not posted one? People in Ontario are definitely more outwardly. They interact with you more. Vancouver people are nice. They don't want to be your friend though. Yeah. Yeah. Busy day in June 2014 as Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak juggle meetings with Victor Veckelsberg and Peter Thiel. Later invest in separate Israeli spyware companies. Ehud Barak says he actually met Thiel once at Davos, but Thiel likely doesn't remember as he was, I guess, under some drug impact. Do you hold doors open? Does it bother anyone else when someone does it when you're really far? I do hate to do the thing of, like, taking what is, like, a generally mundane social interaction and then being like, people shouldn't do this, because then people internalize it and then just, like, don't be nice to each other. But it is kind of annoying. When it's too far away, it is a little annoying. Does he do poppers? That's a really funny question to ask about Peter Thiel. In a 2014 email with the subject line "Island Visit," former Israeli PM Ehud Barak tells Jeffrey Epstein that he is, quote, trying to arrange it so the security guys will not come with us to the like, this is like if you're like anti-Semitic, this has got to be such a big win for you. You know what I mean? Like that's got to be like this is Fuentes, the best day of Fuentes' life. Because that does sound like an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Yeah, the U.S. state equivalent of Ontario is probably Illinois. Or at the very least, Toronto is very similar to Chicago. It's just they're sideways versions of each other. They're quite similar. But yeah, that is the thing that like sounds very anti-Semitic, of like the Epstein Israeli PM intelligence, Mossad connection. But then it's like, I don't know, probably. Sounds like there's actually there's enough evidence to say that that's a reasonable thing to assume was probably happening, as there's a connection there. Now, like, people who are obsessed with conspiracy theories have like a bad worldview, a flawed worldview, because they think that it tells them more about how society functions than it really does. Because they're like, well, everything is arranged so that Jeffrey Epstein can hang out with Israeli politicians. Where it's like, no, it's just kind of a weird product of international arrangement of power. And how intelligence agencies work. Like, it doesn't give us that much insight into how they actually work. It's just like a thing of like, wow, that's insane. Left-wing conspiracy guys go extinct. Yeah, there really was. The left-wing conspiracy moment was like 2007, when 2008, when people were like, Barack Obama is going to get into office and he's going to prosecute George Bush for doing 9/11. then obviously like that extremely didn't happen. So that would have been, yeah, like there was gonna be like a pretty there was an intention of making a really big movie. There were a couple big Hollywood stars. We did a QA episode on it. Um, that's like the premise was 12 Angry Men, but it was people in a room convincing Hillary Clinton that Bush did 9/11. It was like in the Obama administration, and Hillary was like interviewing people from both sides, and then she gets convinced that Bush did 9/11, and she's like, oh well, I may not be the judge, but it is time to prosecute. Because I got access to, I found the script for it online. There's like a bunch of big. It's like Woody Harrelson. Conspiracy theory movie. Woody Harrelson. Martin Sheen and Woody Harrelson for 9/11 Truther movie, September Morn. Film's advanced publicity says, "We the people demand an independent investigation into the tragic events of 9/11." We did it. We did a QA episode on it. I can't remember which episode. But we definitely did an episode on it. I was insistent. I was like, no, this is a very funny idea. But it's just an absurdly funny microcosm of like optimistic left liberals. Who thought that like the liberals about to come into power actually gave a shit about like destroying the like surveillance war machine that Bush had like bolstered. It's very West Wing sort of. Although I guess that's before West Wing. I can't remember. But yeah, it's very funny. How is the state of French politics, did Le Pen go to jail? I feel like I haven't been paying attention to that. Didn't she get sentenced to jail? 4-year prison sentence, 2 of which were suspended. $100,000 fine. Why was that? I remember seeing that and it was very funny. Guilty by courts of embezzling European Union funds. I mean, I'm sure whoever replaces her is going to be evil. What's her party? No, it's not Action Française. I mean, it's pretty much as evil. I mean, the party was founded by former SS. What is the party called? RN. National Rally. Is it Bardella as the replacement? Or is National Rally not the major right-wing party anymore? I feel like I haven't been paying attention. Oh, it's Bardella. Okay. The most like generic looking. I guess that word isn't allowed. Saltine. The most generic looking like saltine man. Rassemblement National. Yeah, I've already forgotten his face. I would not recognize it. He looks like he's friends with Ludwig. I think is National Rally Zionist? Yeah, they are. They're pro-Zionist. Because it's like it's the angle like you're able to facilitate more suffering. Like they're anti-Semitic Zionists. I believe what is the more right party? The National Rally? I mean, there's a million of them. There's French people, all their fucking parties. Can't remember the primary one that's more right. French Assembly. What is it called? It's all bad, yeah. These are all fake. Yeah, Zemmour. Yes, that's the person I was thinking of. Reconquête. But that one's not serious. Like it's not often shortened as R exclamation point is so funny. What is their position on Israel? It's okay, it's National Rally though. One of the reasons, like it is weird, it's insane that Israel competes in Eurovision, but even like Israeli parties are extremely European. Like the Knesset. A lot of these parties are very silly. What does this translate to? Jewish power is crazy. Jewish power is that's just like the Kahanist one. New Hope is literally just a fucking that's Star Wars. Fuck off. There is a future. Is awesome. United Torah Judaism, Union of Israel, Banner of the Torah, Israel Our Home, extremely European style. United Arab List is the exception, I guess. What are the? It's like is that like the left? That's all they. And then they have Israeli labor is in such a sad spot. I mean, that's what you get. Pleasantness is a party just called Pleasantness. That's why George Lucas created Watto, exactly. Created the big-nosed alien that owns white slaves. Is he saw they were biting his style. Yeah, it's just wow exclamation point, exactly. What do you think they should name the Corbyn party? They should name it the left. Did you guys see that? Maybe that wasn't true. It was just a tweet. they kept asking, what should we name our party? And then someone took the name, like, the left. So now they can name it the left, which is the obvious party name, is the left. It's the left. Die Linke. Your party is an awful fucking name. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tortuga. If you register as a party, you can't, like, there can't be multiple parties with the same name, can there not? Your party is just awful. I mean, Corbyn is just kind of not good at being a politician. Like, I'm sorry, he's got incredible principles. He's a great man. He's not. It's not. He's just not good. He's the politician stuff. Corbyn needs to be a politician in a Soviet republic. Do you know what I mean? Like, not bourgeois liberal democracy is just not a thing for him. The left front is good. The left won. The left 1997. It's like they give you like the suggested names because it's taken. He's a great backbencher, yeah. But it's just, you're not. The Islamo Leftist Party would be a good one. Islamogauchisme. Leftovers? Yes. That's so true. And Jezbollah. That's very funny. That's very funny, yes. I think that would be good. Um um Last party on the left. They should call it Chapo Trap House. It's such a funny name when you think about it. I never processed that that's the name of that podcast. I do think my final answer is Come Town. Why not? Islamogauchisme is like the word woke, but isn't Lewakisme now? Like, woke is the word woke. Like, it's woke worldwide. Everyone has woke. Honestly, the fact that Lewakisme is not like a Quebecois term really shows you how much they've been slacking. How much like the Quebecois right has been slacking. Because they should have had that. The fact that it took the fucking mainlanders, the mainland French, call it Pod Save America, yeah, to find a way of creating that Anglicism. Because like whenever a Canadian politician talks about wokeism, you know, the second tweet's in French and they use le wokisme. But The both they should call it. They should call the new party the Tamil Tigers. That's when you know, like some like a global, you know, like global South, like lefty on Twitter is like taking it a little too far. Is when they're like, and also the Tamil Tigers were based. You know, when they have like the list of like, you know, critical support to X movements. That's when it's like, let's start chilling out here, maybe. That was the thing about, there was like, there was a not a rally, I guess a rally in, like downtown near the art gallery. That was like pro Hamas. Which is, you know, like, it's cool to see that in Vancouver. And it created a big backlash among like lib left and lib right. But then you look at like all the lists of people at the people at that rally were like, they're based. One of them, I do remember one of them was Tamil Tigers. It's like, well, we don't really need to. There was a couple other examples of like, I don't know how consistent this is in politic. I don't think this is pretty consistent politic at all. I don't think we need to be handing it to the Tamil Tigers. I think it's very specific, the relation to not condemning Hamas or whatever. It's a position you really don't have to extend so liberally. That never happened again, though. I can't remember a big rally. I mean, it wasn't especially big. Pro Hamas rally, Vancouver. It's really going to be the... Yeah, and then like all the leaders like condemned it or whatever. We got the burning a Canadian flag is death to Canada, death to the United States, and death to Israel. Political leaders are condemning what they describe as hateful rhetoric. Our speaker of pro-Palestinian rallies in Vancouver, who told the crowd that we are Hezbollah and we are Hamas. Oh, and then they held it on the anniversary of October 7th. Yeah, there was really no, yeah, beast mode, absolutely. Absolutely beast mode. There's really no room for that in the current Canadian political layout. The bigger streams just sign a recession indicator. Didn't the parliament clap for a Ukrainian Nazi? Yes. No, are you thinking, no, was that America? It was probably both. It happened in America too, didn't it? Didn't we both do it? Am I crazy? Don't answer that. That was us? That was Canada? Okay. I just elucidated that America also did it. Because it was so funny because it was introduced like he fought the Russians in World War II. And it's like, wow. He fought Russia. He fought the Soviet Union in the Ukraine in World War II. Well, who is invading Ukraine? Like they introduced him like that. It was so funny. Like New Finnish movie? No. Are you saying Finnish with the SS, or is that literally what it's called? Because it would be cool if there was a movie um in Marxist-Leninist speak. Maoist Standard English. Sorry, that's what it's called. I do not play Counter-Strike. I know that there used to be someone at the very least who was catfishing as me on Counter-Strike. I'm pretty sure the Twitch acronym or the Steam profile for Liv Agar is still taken by them. I think I'm Liv_Agar. Let me find this. Yeah, this isn't me. This is not me. No, but they haven't played in a while. This is not me. Gamer girl LOL. Bitch. It was so rap, but good at the game and very cute. And then the person this person like replied to the tweet I made about this, being like, fuck. I do love this though, that someone's like, you're an op god. Really good. Clutch master. So I guess that's good for me. Yeah, the person who's seeing all my delivery steam rolls catfishing as me. And then they messaged me. Bro. My opinion on people who catfish as me, if you do it, you should just give me a cut. Because I know that's actually a big problem for a lot of OnlyFans creators. Is like the bots, and then people get like who like pretend to be them and are like, "Hello, I need a small loan of $1,000," and these boomers are like, "Well, such and such OnlyFans girl is asking me for, I trust her," and then they'll go into their real messages and be like, "You owe me $1,000. How dare you take it from me?" And it's like, bro, like, of course she didn't make a new account that has 10 followers to message you. Of course that's not her. But that doesn't happen to me. I did see someone followed me on Instagram whose name was like Amanda, and it was a photo of me and it had 0 followers. And I was like, Gen Z falls for online scams more than their boomer grandparents do? That's quite funny. That's quite funny. I think this specific scam mainly happens to boomers, is my understanding. Who in the late 90s and early 2010s that's a victim of an online scam. Members of Gen Z fall for these scams and get hacked far more frequently. But maybe, is that just because is that the rate of people, or is it just because they spend more time online? Have social media accounts hacked. Information misused. I'm fascinated. What are the methods? I think it's probably just because they're more online. Am I crazy? Aren't you just similar to the ones that everyone else relies on technology more often, on more devices and in more aspects of their lives? There might just be more opportunity for them to encounter a bogus email. Yeah, that's what I said. Boomers aren't reporting getting scammed. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah. Maybe that's true. Like, they don't even know they're being scammed. I mean, yeah, like, crypto is a scam, I guess. I can't say I care for ice hockey. I followed it when the Canucks were good, but they've been washed for a long time. Do gacha games count as a scam? I was trying to find out how to buy a Labubu, because I thought it would be funny to open it on stream, but it turns out it's really difficult. I was messaging Jake about it, and he gave me good advice, but I think I'm just not going to bother, because it's a pain in the ass. Like, I didn't realize it wasn't just you buy it for $30. It's like you are one of the privileged lucky few who is able to buy it for $30. Just get a Lafufu. Well, the point is that you do the gotcha thing. You know, that's the bit. That's why it's content, is because I'm opening a real one on stream. So you're not a content genius like I am, but it's too much. It's like exclusive. Yeah, it's like difficult to get. L content, yeah. I'm washed, I'm chopped, I'm unk. I'm a creep, I'm a weirdo. I think my opinion is that I don't like gambling stuff, but I do like Chinese companies scamming white Americans. I think that's beautiful. That's my position on that. They're doing imperialism on us, and it feels good. Jake was telling me you can get them on TikTok live. I don't understand how that works. And he was giving me advice about like how to get like a set of them, like 10 of them for like $180 or whatever, or like 5. And I was like, I'm not. No shot. I have no shot I'm doing that. Oh. Republican Mike Collins caught on tape admitting that Trump is in the Epstein files. That's awesome.
The Epstein files, Epstein files. I mean, do you think Trump's in there?
Yeah, I'm sure he's in there. Because he's the one that was telling the FBI about it. He's the one that kicked the guy out of Mar-a-Lago and then called the FBI.
What did he say? I'm confused. He was the one... Something about the FBI. Trump is in there as a white hat. Oh, that's awesome. Because he was the one who was telling the FBI about the pedophilia. That's awesome. I see. So this is like a Republican leak. That's their angle, is like he isn't in the Epstein files, but if he was, it was because he was doing virtuous stuff. It's so funny that he said that he never had the privilege of going to Epstein Island. That's so awesome. The white hat pedophile is such a funny concept. It's like it's productive. It's like the right-wing version of productive forces. It's like we use, like, obviously we want no pedophilia, but like we have to do some pedophilia to get rid of it. Like the only thing that can kill a bad guy who's a pedophile is a good guy who's a pedophile. That's the real FBI's position. That is true. You're right, actually. It genuinely is the FBI's position. You're right. You're right. It's like we just get compromat, and then we're good. That's how Willie Mack got Destiny. He thought was yeah, because I don't understand why they were saying that shit. Does Destiny just say all that? Like that's the beyond everything else that confuses me. It's like, why is he typing this shit to someone? Is it like someone who thinks? It's someone who thinks that another person is like down with. I guess they're friends. Yeah. Well, it's a sad life. Even outside of all that other stuff, it's a sad life. Destiny's living. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime, you can connect it to your Twitch account. A one free subscription that you can use on me. Or you could just give me money the regular way. I gotta switch off Spotify, don't I? That's the new one. He's like buying like ARM stocks or whatever, the CEO. Gonna go to Apple Music. The Spotify algo like hates me now. It's like it's washed and it doesn't give me good suggestions. Is better with Apple, yeah. Yeah, Spotify, the rap stuff is washed now too. It's not good anymore. It's not interesting. They're allowing DMs and I don't want all of my failed situationship. Cap nice. Thank you for the 6 months in advance. Thank you. I don't want all my failed situationships being able to talk to me. Like genuinely, like I want to look at this. Like who do I follow on here? Or do they not give you a feed anymore of like your friends? Yeah, like all these people I don't know. I'm like, oh. Like I can message that guy? Why would I want to do that? The notion of it as a social thing is so funny. No, I'm too lazy for music downloads. I mean, I guess you can just download on streaming services. It is crazy to me. Can someone? This feels like a thing that I'm about to say. It feels like it's going to be offensive, and if it is, I apologize. The recent Minneapolis shooting was at a Catholic school. 3 dead, including the shooter. Like, you have like an assault rifle, and it's like people are unarmed. Is this a thing of like you're bad on purpose? Like you're not, like it's just hard to kill someone? Like emotionally speaking? Do I just not understand how lethal weapons are? They didn't go in. Oh. Oh. Okay. Tons wounded. Shooting is harder than it looks. Okay. Because like there's one that was like crazy high, like the Stephen Paddock one, like the Vegas shooting was like an absurd amount. What is the difference? It's just someone who's like not good at shooting. Like he killed 60 people and injured 413. Oh no, 806, injured 867. Like my image of a weapon, if there's a crowd of people, it's that every time. He had a bump stock. What does that do again? Yeah, there is conspiracies that it were multiple people. I've heard that, but that is presumably feasible from one person. Increases the firing rate of a semi-automatic. Oh, can you not have a fully automatic rifle? Because every time, like a lot of the times you see like there's shootings with assault rifle. It's just people are like not trained, maybe. Look, I'm Canadian. I am Canadian. My standard of this is there are not that many guns. Fully auto is technically illegal in the United States. You don't want fully auto. Well, people are saying a bump stock made it easier. Bump stocks are cheap and semi-autos are cheap. So it doesn't make sense to me. Is the answer literally that like, you know, the Minneapolis shooter was just very not good at killing people? Like they just had a weapon of mass destruction that like emanates death off of it, that you kill someone in virtue of pointing it at them, but they just didn't really know how to use it? And that like the Stephen Paddock example is someone who knew how to use it and knew what they were doing? I'm not nagging him. I'm just curious. Is my perception of a semi-automatic assault rifle that it's less deadly than I assumed it would be? That it's not just this insane gun, it's this insane death laser? He had a better position, but that's like a crazy amount of people. You know what I mean? Ammo is heavy. Is it not a death laser? Shooting at a concert crowd. He fired 1,100 bullets? Okay. Alright, okay. That's the real answer. And he was shooting fish in a barrel because it was a concert. The school shooter was fired at a stained glass facade of the church? Right. So the answer is vaguely that it like, I'm not saying they should be better at killing people. I'm just surprised that so few people die in these contexts. It feels like a thing that would kill more people. They couldn't find him for like half an hour. I mean, I guess the answer is that people don't function very well in stressful situations. And it is physically hard to just kill random people. And also whatever, you Your plan of going up to a school and shooting through the windows is like not going to be especially lethal. Watch the video, she's crazy. Paddock was ice cold. Well, because we just like don't know with Paddock, right? It's just confusing. Was he a vet? He had no footprint. Um, a lot about it is just not disclosed. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense that there's a shit ton of conspiracy theories about it. So he's probably those files are sealed tight. I mean, surely maybe I'm just doing conspiracy shit now. Why would his files be sealed? Was he doing some military shit? Is that like the implication there? Because like most people's files aren't sealed, even if they do a mass shooting. It's like, well, he still had this job. Las Vegas Police Department has incentives to keep it quiet. I guess the conspiracy theory is that he didn't know what he was doing. And there's a shit ton of guns, there's an arms deal. So we're saying the Minneapolis shooter is an example of someone who's like insane and obviously not functioning in a cold, calculative way, who is like, how do I just do a mass shooting? And they're like, so the answer is like, they're irrational, they're untrained. And they didn't find an example that would be more deadly, I guess. They're just bad at kill. I guess the answer is literally that they're bad. It's this kill issue. It still just surprises me. I don't know. Is this wrong about how easy it is to kill someone? Maybe I shouldn't be hammering this point home, but I still don't understand it. As a Canadian who has never been around guns, of like any person who has a death machine, who's like, I'm gonna create the most amount of human suffering possible. In my mind, it would be more than that. But I guess I'm wrong. They're less. Canadians do not have many guns. No, not really. I mean, there are guns. It's not like Japan. I guess it's it's usually 5.56, right? Like the NATO rounds aren't as crazy as like a bigger gun. Bullets can just go through you. I guess I should think of it like Tarkov, right? Is thinking of it like Tarkov productive here? Oh, NATO uses 7.62. Okay. Well, I mean, it probably not. Like in terms of like when I play Tarkov, you light someone up and it's like, oh, they're coughing or whatever, their arm is bleeding, and they just do the thing. You know, they take a painkiller, they give a tourniquet, and then they're like, you know, they have their adrenaline going, and then they're back. Or maybe not back, but like they're not necessarily dead. Will kill you if it doesn't hit an extremity. Of If we're gonna get on like the YouTube algo is gonna start thinking I'm like a fascist. Shooting stuff. This is awesome. It's so cool. Well, 50 cal will be put on so many lists. I feel like plenty of people watch videos of gun shooting stuff. There's like millions of views on these. The best commie gun? Wow. Military arms trial. These are like the most. These are like the most fascist subjects in North
These are
America.
guns that are based on those, but have been manufactured in the all-American 5.56. And so, I currently
All right, start shooting some stuff.
doing what I did this gun and
Oh
butchering.
no, he's not.
You know,
You don't get to see the effects. He's coming on stream being like, "What is the?" Like, I'm Canadian. I don't have any access to these. I'm just asking questions, okay? He's not shooting in his house. I don't know, bro. So we're saying that a person who is poorly trained, who isn't planning very much, it makes sense that they would like kill two people or whatever, even if they have an insane death weapon.
Oh, hey guys, sorry
Which is deadlier? These are
about that. I was just looking.
every single. There's so many fascist 12-year-olds watching this. Okay, yeah, that's
Dan
gonna.
Grantham, hope you'll stay tuned as we talk about and show.
I'm sure. Is this guy? One of these gun tuber guys messaged me like he had like beef with me. I can't remember why.
The M4 or the AKM. Ready? Yeah. Oh my.
Oh yeah, that's not good for you. That's not good for you at all. Oh yeah, that's not good for you at all. I'm not good. This horrifies me. I'm not a gun nut. The concept. It's like yesterday I was in a hospital because I was seeing my friend who just had a surgery, and it went great. It's good. I hated being there. It just the idea of like being around ailment just makes me so deeply uncomfortable. And it's the same with guns. It's like this is a death ray. Like you could point it at someone and then they would die. That's like horrifying.
Be a whole new video. So
That's like a
let's get
horrifying.
started. M193.
Oh, so it just goes right through you.
And it seems to be very indicative of those things that we're seeing in country in theater from various combat medics and different surgeons. So I think it's pretty cool that.
I'll tell you about this thing called cars. I don't like cars either. Bro, I was talking about how I like everything being walkable. I do not like cars. I'm not a car fan. I do not like being in cars, being around them. So good. Gotta look up the FAL video and see. Is that Rhodesian? The FAL? Damn, that was my goat. Modern Warfare 2 gun. Oh, it's Belgian. They were just used in the. They were used in the Bush War or whatever. Yeah, American gun culture is fundamentally evil. Okay, here he is. Here he is with the.
One, but we'll see. Maybe he'll do great. All right, you ready, Micah?
But is this gonna? Oh, that doesn't look good at all. Yeah, that can't be good for you at all. Oh, he's in half. Okay. So they are death lasers. I wasn't wrong. I was not wrong. They are death lasers. That was really the essence of my question. Is like, because you see these where it's like someone has a death laser and they're like, how do I maximize human suffering? And they kill 2 people. It is a death laser. They just suck at killing people. Is the answer. Harder to get hit than you think. I guess they are very tiny. Isn't full number performing? I mean, it's all a fascist LARP. It's about how you use it as crazy. He's highly trained in the target is stationary, and he has all this hiding gear, yeah. They're death lasers, they take skill to use. Though she even fired a gun without ear protection before today, right. Okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It does make sense in a culture that where it's really easy to get your hands on a death laser. That the people who are using it for just mass, random, indiscriminate death, would be poorly trained, insane people, more broadly. The average gun nuts take is mass shooters are bad at shooting, so you shouldn't ban guns. That's awesome. Look, guys, it's only 2 children. I need my hacking hobby. My epic gun arenas are far more important than the children's lives. No, I want to do milsim. Have you considered my desire to do milsim? To dress up like a guy who's about to do war crimes in Afghanistan and shoot targets that are moving? Thomas Crooks, what a figure, yeah. It is crazy to think about. Yeah, I don't know what the 09A stuff is. They have done a couple mass shootings though, right? Ugh. Folks, if you would like to subscribe, I have lots of cool emotes. You should give me money. It's a Discord cult. Yeah. Cults are so lame now. It's a left-hand path cult. Neo-Nazi Satanism. Psyop TikTok army girl does milsim a bunch. I hate that I know who you're talking about. It's crazy that the army thinks they have to do that to get people to join. I guess at some point it get like the Nazism gets esoteric enough that like as like trans women can kind of pretend that you're not building a world that it's fundamentally antithetical to you. 'Cause it's like you're talking about like, you know, like esoteric pagan spiritual rituals or whatever, and not like the nuclear family. I'll be honest, sometimes I make a joke in chat and then a bunch of you say live, and I feel like I did something wrong. Like that always feels like the line of like, is that too much? People just say my name. Do you know what I mean? Like that's where I'm like, okay. Maybe that was too much. Yeah, exactly like that. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Um It's a cult I got growing and I can activate. How do I activate? Like, what do I do? Can I activate it to make them give me money? Because it doesn't work very well. I feel like that's the number one thing of a cult is you can be like, hey, can I have money? It's too far, but it's also funny. That was my assumption. Give me money for the month? Fair enough. My cultists have unionized. That's why, see, that's why right-wing cults are where it's at. The left-wing cults, they start gaining class consciousness. Ouchie. Looks like I'm flexing. Like I'm swole as fuck. Mr. Beast hanging with Aiden Ross. It's so cool that Mr. Beast is just like showing the way that he is. Do you know what I mean? I'm fit. I'm fit as hell. I'm huge. Sleeper build. It's cool in like 2019 or whatever. If you pointed out the way Mr. Beast was, like people would like drone strike your house.
Oh, it's okay. I'm
Kept nice, thank you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want. All
Was
the
that
time.
for flexing? That was a gun tax. The Rolling Stone list is so fucking funny. Thank you, Kept nice. Do you say deadlift? I don't deadlift. That's for the gun show. Let's go. Let's go. That's real guns we should be talking about. You can't see this other. Not the fucking pineapple tree. Thank you. Oof, ouchie. Yeah, the fall off is very funny. What is like the Mr. Beast thing? That he was mad that he got 7th which is so fucking funny. It's like, it's not like, for a second I thought it was that he wasn't on the list, but no, it's that he's like, I should be more influential for popularizing content fucking slop. That's the thing, is like, it was that Caleb guy or whatever, the gay, my image of him is he's a gay podcaster. Like, if Caleb said that about Mr. Beast, you think that Mr. Beast would have shooters? No, no one gives a shit. His audience is fucking 11-year-olds. Like, the only culture that he creates is more people who have ADHD. Do you know what I mean? Like, more people who have no capacity to, no attention span. More 12-year-olds who need a YouTube video in front of them when they eat. That's the Mr. Beast cultural product. My 60-something-year-old uncle who pervs on young people on Facebook loves Mr. Beast. Let's not talk about needing a YouTube video. Listen, I've just been yapping. I've just been yapping for 4 hours, no YouTube video. I'm basically in remission for ADHD. Ouch. Actually really fucked up my shoulder. I don't know why. Ouch. Speed barking at a dog. Speed is woke. Speed is pro-Palestine. He's pro-trans, I think. Didn't he date a trans woman? Speed might be like the most famous person in the world, which is so cool. Like, I think he actually might be. Like, now that he did like China outreach. I am the YouTube video. I see the point you're making.
Excuse me. How do you say hello in Italian?
Ciao.
Ciao? Ciao? Ciao. Ciao, ciao. Ciao, 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 ciao. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Ciao. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Ciao. Excuse me.
He's so funny, man. Where's the one I'm thinking of? It's this one. It's in Turkey. No. It's somewhere else. Is it this one? The one that killed me was the.
Do I got like crud or anything?
Oh yeah, I've seen this video. Is this where I found it? The clip of him barking at a dog. Yes, yeah.
And been more about being this over-the-top character traveling the world. I hadn't paid much attention to this type of content. Obviously, it's not for me until I saw this clip of Speed barking at a dog. It's very funny. Why does he do that?
It's right here. Israel's right here. Bye-bye, Israel! Bye-bye!
Which also, by the way, is just like a very funny concept of like, it's not Israel. It's like yeah, like Iraq. But just like nuking the whole Middle East because you're like, I hate Israel. But Speed is woke. I know he was like, yeah, no, it's good. the thought that counts. Isn't that what Vosh got banned on Twitch for initially? Was calling for like Tel Aviv to get nuked? He said you should glass. Glass is such a funny verb in that context. They should use the fucking Halo ring. I don't know. I'll probably call it here. I'm kind of tired. I want to make dinner. I'm gonna make stir fry today, and it's already 8 o'clock. I'm gonna put on a YouTube video. I'm looking forward to whatever my algo suggests for me. I'm sure it's great. I love YouTube slop. Let me get another invite link because I'm lazy to invite people to the Discord. Is this correct? If you join the Discord, it'll ping you when I go live. You also follow me on Twitter and Blue Sky. I post there. If I don't post on Blue Sky, they're mad at me on Blue Sky now because I said I don't like posting there. So people are doing the like, looking forward to Liv Agar's like why I left the left arc, which I think is cool. I should piss them off more, honestly. I think it's kind of funny. It's a bad relationship with social media. Well, David Foster Wallace was right about everything, but then he was wrong about what to do about it. Obviously, because you know. Anyway. Ow, my it really fucking hurts. One last. I'm surprised at how muscular I am. I do not work on my arms at all. Alright, Will. Is he streaming? To go to like a physio or something. My fucking shoulder's fucked up. Okay. Goodbye, everyone. I'll be live in a couple days, probably. I wasn't live for a while because I was thinking of my friend, but I think she's okay. Goodbye.